Good evening and welcome back to BreakTraders. Here we are with this Friday show that we're gonna kick off here. Very exciting stuff because it is our 100th episode. Our 100th episode here at BreakTraders. So we're gonna do a lot of giveaways today. We're going to be doing a lot of different giveaways. We are randomizing a box of HTA Choice Bowman Chrome that we'll be giving away to some users from Instagram. We are giving away a PSA, a graded Michael Jordan 1990 Fleer. We're going to give away a Barry Sanders Mint 9 PSA 9 right here, a little 1989 card right there. And then we're going to be giving away a signed Khalil Mack football. The football's not in-house, but we will do a randomization for that tonight. In the meantime, we're going to get started here with some absolute baseball, and we have some teams to auction off. Just give me one moment. All right, we are going to be auctioning off some teams here. I think we're just going to do it as a 3-pack. What do you think, John?
Sounds good to me.
All righty, folks. It's going to be the Cleveland Guardians, the Colorado Rockies, and the San Francisco Giants. And we will start the bidding there at $5, and it will be in a increment of $1. Increments of $1. $5 from T-Man. $5 from T-Man. Do we have 6? Do we have 7? We will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, T-Man, you know what to do. Drop the payment via the link in the chat right there. Drop the payment via the link in the chat right there. Also, folks, just a little, we'll get those teams loaded, but just want to run through some of our specials tonight. So we're doing 20% off any of the available teams in our pre-scheduled breaks using the code in the chat. That's a brand new discount that just dropped right now. We have our 20% off our breaks that had started the day in the red zone. So those are some breaks there that you can see. We have quite a few in the red zone, so I'm expecting we'll have quite the night tonight. A little Bowman Chrome 3-team random is in the red zone. That's not actually one of the breaks on that discount list, but that's all right because we're still celebrating my birthday here at BreakTraders. I'm a big birthday week guy, and we're letting that Saute 32 code be used on our new purchases this week, so you can use that for that Bowman Chrome baseball. And then last but not least, we have some new product, and we have 2021 Donruss Hobby Hybrid, a little cheaper alternative to the 2021 Donruss Football Hobby. Alrighty, folks. Well, with that, we are going to get started here. This is break 1381. Break 1381, the 2021 Absolute Baseball 1-box Pick Your Team auction. And of course, John, I think I left the box opener right over there. You can give me the other one. There's the long one over there too. They should be right there because that's where I was opening the boxes. Like it's the long pen looking one. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get cracking. Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves headed to Josh. Byron Buxton of the Minnesota Twins going to David. Brian Reynolds of the Pittsburgh Pirates heading to Alyssa. Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals to Patrick. Anthony Santana of the Baltimore Orioles going to Alyssa. Then we have Yogi Berra of the New York Yankees going to Alyssa as well. Alyssa. And then we have a Jimmy Fox out of 149 of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Dan. Followed up by Manny Machado, statistically speaking, of the San Diego Padres, going to Justin. And now on to our first hits of this break. We're going to have a little tools of the trade. James McCann of the New York Mets. James McCann of the New York Mets, and that's going to Elisa right there. And next up, we're going to have our little rookie auto, and that's going to be 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5, Estevan Florial of the New York Yankees going to Elisa. Nice hit right there. Alrighty, and we are on to our next box right here. Our next mini box right here. Hey Haley, thank you for joining us. I thought you had said you weren't going to be able to be on, but appreciate you making it happen. All right, we have Yeimer Candelero of the Detroit Tigers headed to Patrick. Billy Martin of the New York Yankees going to Alyssa, followed by Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves headed to Joshua. Brandon Woodruff of the Milwaukee Brewers going to David. JD Martinez of the Boston Red Sox heading to Brandon. Gil Hodges out of 149, number 149 of 149 of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Alyssa, followed by Christian Yelich, statistically speaking, of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to David. And then we have a 149 out of 149 Yogi Berra of the New York Yankees headed to Alyssa. Alrighty, here we go. Yeah, we'll mag that 4 or 5 up. Here we go. Our first, it's going to be a Tools of the Trade Ryan Braun 6 out of 10 of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to David. A nice gold Tools of the Trade right there. And then last but not least, it's going to be a rookie or a signatures. That's going to be Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that is 44 out of 75. 44 out of 75 right there, and that is heading to Alyssa. We're going to run down some of these featured cards, but first, I want to thank all the BreakTraders newbies here tonight. We have Josh with the Atlanta Braves and Miami Marlins, Brandon with the Boston Red Sox, and then Patrick with the Detroit Tigers, Houston Astros, St. Louis Cardinals, and Washington Nationals. For all of you new members of the BreakTraders community, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first patch. All right, to run this down, we have Yogi Berra out of 149 of the New York Yankees to Alyssa. The statistically speaking, Christian Yelich of the Brewers to David. Gil Hodges, 149 out of 149 to Alyssa. Then we have Manny Machado of the San Diego Padres, statistically speaking, going to Justin. And Jimmy Fox out of 149 of the Philadelphia Phillies heading to Dan. And now on to our featured cards. Alrighty, first up, we have the out of 75 Ketel Marte auto and the tools of the trade, James McCann. James McCann of the New York Mets headed to Alyssa, and Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks headed to Alyssa as well. And next up, we have two very low numbers. We have a 6 out of 10 Ryan Braun and the 4 out of 5 Magtastic Estevan Florial. Estevan Florial of the New York Yankees headed to Alyssa, and Ryan Braun of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to David. A nice, fast, hot start to the night right there. And we will be right back with break 1382. Alrighty, folks, we are back and we're about to get into this Topps Chrome Baseball. We have one team, the Boston Red Sox, and we are going to auction that team off, or randomize that team off. Sorry, we're not going to auction it. We're going to do this as a giveaway. And how we're going to do it, just tell me what you're happy about on this Friday. Just drop it into the chat and let us know. Thanks, T-Man. Thrilled to hear that on the BT Rewards. Let us know what you're happy about. Maybe let us know some products that you're excited about upcoming. Whatever you want to say. Anything in the chat, we'll let it go. We'll make it go. Yep, we have Obsidian Basketball coming out shortly. Steve getting the brownie points are right there. Awesome, John. Can we do the randomization?
Sure. You want a countdown?
No countdown needed.
Okay. It is Andrew Bryan.
Andrew Bryan winning the Boston Red Sox.
Okay, so we need his info.
Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1382, the 2021 Topps Chrome one box. Pick your team.
you're not seeing his.
Huh?
Can you just do a pitch to him to?
Yeah, just drop that message in the chat. We have a little Rise Hoskins of the Phillies. Then we're going to have Kenta Maeda out of 75 with that blue refractor of the Minnesota Twins to get things cooking right here. And then we're going to have the 35th anniversary edition Xander Bogaerts of the Boston Red Sox going to Andrew. And then Yu Darvish of the Cubs to wrap up that pack. And we're on to our second pack right here. And Andrew, please respond to that message in the chat so we can get rocking or we can get this shipped out to you. We have the Adonis Medina RC of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Christopher, followed up by Fernando Tatis of the Padres, a Future Stars Nick Solak of the Texas Rangers, and then Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays. We have Debbie Garcia, RC of the New York Yankees, going to Josh, followed up by Pete Alonso of the Mets. And then we have a silver refractor, Alex Baum of the Philadelphia Phillies, headed to Chris, followed up by Kevin Kiermaier of the Tampa Bay Rays. Luis Diaz, RC of the Miami Marlins. Luis Diaz of the Miami Marlins going to Chris to get things started, followed by Mike Moustakas of the Red. A Prism Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks headed to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Dansby Swanson of the Atlanta Braves. Kyle Tucker of the Astros, a Brian Hayes RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Edward, followed up by the baseball Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres going to Chris. And then we have Rafael Devers of the Red Sox to follow that up. And yeah, we've got a lot of breaks here that have closed. We will get that schedule updated for you here in just a moment. No, but I said to slot it in, because that doesn't affect anything. Yeah. Aaron Nola of the Phillies, Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels, Marco Gonzalez of the Mariners right there, and then a Kwang Han Kim of the St. Louis Cardinals to wrap that up. Yep, we have your personal on the schedule right now. That's looking right at 9 o'clock. We have a Shirt and Apostle RC of the Texas Rangers headed to Kevin, followed by AJ Pook of the Athletics, Jorge Alfaro of the Marlins, and then Yasmani Grandal of the White Sox. Justin Verlander of the Astros, followed by Chris Archer of the Pirates, a Ronald Acuna 35th Anniversary Edition RC of the Atlanta Braves, headed to Jacob, and Letty Travaris of the Texas Rangers RC going to Kevin. I did not bring the Vintage Bills jacket tonight. I forgot to do that. $13.21. And as I open this pack, just want to shout out Jacob with the Atlanta Braves, Patrick with the White Sox and Athletics, and Matt with the Mariners for joining us for the first time. Use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Willie Castro of the Tigers, Josh Johnson of the Twins, and here it is, our first auto, and that is going to be Tristan McKenzie of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is headed to Christopher. And then we have Will Myers of the San Diego Padres to wrap that break or that pack up. And folks, we still have some spots available unsold in our next certified football break, and you can get that for 20% off. That includes the Jacksonville Jaguars are available, the Steelers, and the 49ers. The Jaguars are also available in the Donruss break after. Get them for 20% off using the promo code in the chat. And that'll only be open for about another 5 or 6 packs here. And then we will close those and auction them off. Lorenzo Cain of the Brewers, followed by Jose Ramirez. This is a very interesting card right there. That is a negative refractor right there of Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians, headed to Chris. And then we have a Shirt and Apostle of the Texas Rangers, Shirt and Apostle of the Texas Rangers RC, and that is heading to Kevin, followed up by Aroldis Chapman of the Yankees. Nick Senzel of the Reds, Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs, followed by the Prism Luis Campusano RC of the San Diego Padres, headed to Chris. And then we have the base Luis Campusano RC of the Padres right there. Shocked to see the Jags still sitting there for the next 2 breaks, certified and Donruss. Possibly going to be auctioning them off. But I think you'll get them for cheaper with the 20% off discount in the chat. It's usually how it happens. Eugenio Suarez of the Reds, Mookie Betts of the Dodgers, a future stars, Jordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros, and that is going to be going to Chris, followed up by Jackie Bradley Jr. of the Boston Red Sox. JD Martinez of the Red Sox, John Lester of the Cubs, a silver refractor, Francisco Lindor of the Cleveland Guardians right there. Followed up by Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels. We have a little Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals, Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, a Jacob deGrom 35th anniversary edition of the New York Mets headed to Elisa, followed by Shin-Sho Choo of the Texas Rangers going to Kevin. Byron Buxton of the Twins, Eduardo Escobar of the Arizona Diamondbacks, a future stars, Mike Brousseau of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Kevin. And then we have a Tanner Hook RC of the Boston Red Sox headed to Andrew. Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers, Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals RC going to Kevin, followed up by a silver refractor, Carlos Santana of the Kansas City Royals headed to Chris, and then we have Chris Paddock of the San Diego Padres to wrap things up right there in that pack. Still the Jags and Steelers. Last call for the Jags and Steelers, 20% off in our next break. We will be moving those we will be taking those off the table and auction them off pretty shortly here. Patrick Corbin of the Nationals, a little Bobby Delbeck RC of the Boston Red Sox, followed by the Prism Jazz Chisholm RC of the Miami Marlins. That Bobby Delbeck of the Red Sox to Andrew, Jazz Chisholm of the Marlins going to Chris. And then we have Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles. Ryan Mountcastle RC of the Baltimore Orioles headed to Jesse. Ahmed Rosario of the Mets, a little Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins going to Chris right there. And then we have the baseball Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks headed to Mr. CEO. Following that up with a Jacob deGrom of the Mets. Jacob deGrom of the Mets. Keston Hura of the Brewers, Lucas Giolito of the White Sox, a little silver refractor Jake Cronenwith RC of the San Diego Padres going to Chris, and then we have Brandon Woodruff of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to Mr. CEO. Curtis, good to see you. I'd recommend joining us on YouTube though, so you can get in on the giveaway. Spencer Howard of the Philadelphia Phillies RC going to Chris, followed by a Corey Kluber of the Rangers, then a Joey Bart 35th anniversary edition of the San Francisco Giants RC headed to Chris, followed up by a Nolan Arenado of the Colorado Rockies. And we have 3 packs left here. Jorge Soler of the Royals, and Ian Anderson RC, Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves. And that is going to be heading to Jacob, followed up with a little bit of Chris Bryant of the Cubs. And then here we go, folks. It is our next auto. And it appears to be an aqua, and it's going to be a little Jorge Oña RC of the San Diego Padres, and that is at a 199. It is a aqua, and that is going to be going to Chris. Nice hit right there. And we got 3 packs left in this break. Lewis Brinson of the Marlins, little Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays RC headed to Kevin. Then we have a silver refractor Jorge Alfaro of the Miami Marlins, and then Tanaka of the New York Yankees to finish up that pack. And we have 2 packs left in this break. We have little Austin Hayes of the Orioles, Jared Walsh of the Angels, a Prism Ryan Braun of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to Mr. CEO, and then we have a Paul DeJong of the St. Louis Cardinals to wrap up that pack. Josh Bell of the Pirates, followed up by Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves, of Primo Prower, Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels, and that is going to be heading to Chris, following that up with Kenta Maeda of the Twins. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed up by Ian Anderson of the Braves, the 35th anniversary edition, Joey Bart of the Giants, Spencer Howard of the Phillies, Jake Cronenworth of the Padres, followed by Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles, the Prism Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins, Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox, Luis Garcia of the Nationals, Tanner Hook of the Red Sox, Luis Campusano of the Padres, the Prism Luis Campusano of the Padres, Shirt and Apostle of the Rangers, Letty Tavares of the Rangers, the Ronald Acuna Jr. 35th anniversary edition of the Atlanta Braves, Shirt and Apostle of the Rangers, Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates, Luis Diaz of the Marlins, Alex Bombamaram of the Phillies, Debbie Garcia of the Yankees, and Adonis Medina of the Phillies. And now on to our featured cards. We have the 2 autos. We have the Jorge Oña. That's going to be out of 199 of the San Diego Padres. And heading to Chris, followed by the Tristan McKenzie of the Cleveland Guardians, heading to Chris as well. And with that, we are done with break number 1382. And we will be right back from BT Field. Alrighty, folks, we are back with some certified football, and we have 2 teams to auction off. We have the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we're going to start the bidding for the Jaguars right here. That'll be the first team we auction off. The bidding will begin at $50 in increments of $5. Yep. $50 and increments of $5 for the Jaguars. $50 from Mr. CEO. $50 from Mr. CEO. Do we have 55? Do we have 55 for the Jaguars? 50 would be an absolute steal. Nope, they are in the NFL uniforms in this, Curtis. All right, I guess we're going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in that 30-second window will trigger another 15-second timer at the end. Wow, Mr. CEO with quite possibly the steal of the show. The steal of the show. Getting those Jaguars for less than 50% of their original cost. And next up, we have a Steelers. The Steelers to auction off. We'll start the bidding there at $5, and that'll be in increments of $5. 20, the current high bid. 20, the current high bid. Do we have 25? It is in increments of $5 for the Steelers, Curtis. $20, the current high bid will start the countdown. If there's any bids in this 30-second window, we will start a 15-second countdown. Right now, Daniel has it for $20. Alrighty, Daniel, drop your payment via the link in the chat, and we will do our first keyword for the evening. How show giveaway keyword guessing works is we will drop the keyword. Once it hits the chat, you'll have 1 minute to guess the TV show. And if you guess the TV show, you get a pull out of the saute giveaway pot. But in the meantime, if you don't guess correct, you still just type fire in the chat, type the keyword in the chat, and you will be entered to win. So the keyword is fire. And while we're doing that keyword, I will be opening up some more blasters to toss in the giveaway. Survivor is correct. Survivor is correct. And Cynthia has it. Wow. That was fast. Yeah. All right, we're putting in some Chronicles. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 packs of Chronicles now in the giveaway. Chronicles of basketball. And we will toss in some upper deck hockey here. Looks like 7 packs out of this one. And Cynthia gonna get a 2019-20 Chronicles basketball pack. Nico Amelli of the Pelicans rated rookie, the RJ Barrett RC, Eric Paschall RC, a Steph Curry making a splash return, and then a Nasir Little RC to wrap up that pack. Alrighty, John, get those teams loaded and we will get going.
Okay.
Here we go, folks. This is break 1383. The 2021 Certified Football One Box. Pick your team. We have Chase Young of the Washington football team, followed by Jalen Camp RC of the Jacksonville Jaguars out of 399, headed to Mr. CEO. Then we have a gold team, Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans going to Cole, followed up by Damian Harris of the New England Patriots and Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions. And before we get into this next pack, I just want to welcome Jeremy with the Buffalo Bills, Carolina Panthers, and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jeffrey with the Dallas Cowboys, Tori with the Raiders, and Cole with the Titans for their first break with BreakTraders. we have Nick Chubb of the Browns. And we have a little Drew Lock out of 299 of the Denver Broncos headed to Cynthia, followed by a Stars Zeke Elliott out of 199 of the Dallas Cowboys going to Jeffrey, followed up by TJ Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers and Michael Thomas of the New Orleans Saints. Mike Evans of the Buccaneers to get things started here. Followed up by a seal of approval, Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens. Then we have Allen Robinson of the Browns and Allen Robinson of the Bears and Myles Garrett of the Browns. And this is going to be a Jet, and it is going to be Michael Carter with the rookie patch auto out of 249. Of the New York Jets, and that's headed to James. Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs to get things rocking and rolling in this pack. Then we have a little Tyreek Hill Stars of the Kansas City Chiefs headed to Josh, followed up by DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers and Ryan Tannehill of the Tennessee Titans. And here we go. Our next hit is going to be a Pieces of the Games. That is Christian Kirk out of 99 of the Arizona Cardinals. And that is going to Cynthia. Haley. We have Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills, followed by a little DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, out of 199 of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO, followed up by a gold team, Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, headed to Cynthia. Then we have Cam Akers of the Rams and Jamison Crowder of the Jets. We still have teams available in the Donruss football break next. We have the Jacksonville Jaguars are available, and you can get them for 20% off. Joe Mixon of the Bengals to get things started, followed by Anthony Schwartz out of 249 of the Cleveland Browns going to Clint. Then we have that filler card in there, followed up by a graffiti, J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens, heading to Josh. Following that up with DeAndre Swift of the Lions and Brandon Cooks of the Houston Texans. Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings, DJ Chark of the Jags, a auto 149 George Kittle gold team of the San Francisco 49ers going to T-Man. Following that up, we have Taysom Hill of the Saints and Drew Lock of the Broncos. We have DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, followed by Kylan Granison of the Indianapolis Colts out of 149, headed to Cynthia. Then we have a dark horse, Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers going to Cynthia right there. Following that up with Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers and Darius Slayton of the Giants. We have Josh Jacobs of the Raiders to kick things off with this pack. Then we're going to have a seal of approval, Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans headed to Cole. Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens and Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers. And here we go, folks. It is going to be a Pieces of the Games, and that's Neiman Himes out of 99. 67 out of 99 of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Cynthia. We have Tua of the Miami Dolphins. Tua of the Miami Dolphins to get things cooking in this last pack, followed by Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers. Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers, Deshaun Watson of the Texans, and CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys. Right there. And now we are on to our last auto, and that is going to be a rookie, Kylan Hill, out of 99. Out of 99 of the Green Bay Packers, heading to Cynthia. Wow, Cynthia really took home 3 out of the 4 right there. All right, let's run these rooks down. We have Kylan Granderson of the Indianapolis Colts, and that is going to be going to Cynthia, followed by Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns, and Jalen Camp out of 399 of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then our featured cards. Our featured veterans, we have Christian Kirk out of 99 and Nyman Hines out of 99. Both of those heading to Cynthia, those pieces of the game. And then we have the rookie signature out of 99, Kylan Hill of the Packers, and the rookie patch auto out of 249 of Michael Carter of the New York Jets. Michael Carter of the Jets headed to James. Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers heading to Cynthia. Alrighty, folks, and there we have it. That is the end of break 1383. The end of break 1383. We'll be right back with some Don Russ Hobby Football. Alrighty, we have the Jacksonville Jaguars here. The Jacksonville Jaguars here to auction off for the Donruss football break. We are going to start them at $50 in increments of $5. RZ20 will give you 20% off both break 1404 and 1394 in the breaks. $55 from Mr. CEO for the Jaguars. $55 from Mr. CEO for the Jaguars. Do we have 60? $60 from Haley. Do we have 65? 65 from Mr. CEO. Do we have 70? Alrighty, 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in the 30-second window will trigger a 15-second countdown. 65, the current high bid. Alrighty. Mr. CEO takes it. In the meantime, folks, while we wait to receive that payment, type fire in the chat. Fire, fire, fire. John, give us a countdown.
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Steve Wetz Jr.
Steve Wetz, Mr. Haley, taking the Chronicles basketball pack right here. Little Jordan Poole, followed by Matisse Tybal RC, Tyler Hero RC, Cam Reddish, and a Cameron Johnson marquee. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break number 1384. Break number 1384. The 2021 Donruss Hobby One Boxer. Getting started with some veterans right there. And then our first rated rookie is going to be Kelvin Joseph of the Dallas Cowboys, headed to Cynthia. And then we're going to have a John Bostic, 47 out of 75 silver press proof. 47 out of 75 silver press proof right there. Let's get that into a top loader, make sure that's safe for the Washington football team. Then we have an Action All-Pros Myles Garrett of the Browns, following that up with a 2001 throwback Warren Sapp of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Henry Ruggs the third to kick things off, following up with a little DeMarcus Lawrence of the Cowboys, George Kittle right there. Then we have Zaven Collins of the Arizona Cardinals, headed to Cynthia, followed by a no-name. That's going to be a little Mark Andrews of the Baltimore Ravens. Then we have a little Power Formulas, Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed up by a retro series, Michael Strahan of the New York Giants. It's wild, like literally it seems every week one of the releases gets pushed. Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos to kick things off right there. Following up with an Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings. Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Followed up by a press-proof New York Giants red press-proof Gary Brightwater RC heading to Cynthia. Then we have Mr. Justin Fields, the rookies. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to, you guessed it, Haley. Following that up with a 2001 throwback Antonio Gates of the Los Angeles Chargers, headed to Cynthia. And speaking of Donruss, we have a new product on the website. The 2021 Donruss Football Hobby Hybrid H2. Little cheaper version, more affordable than the 2021 Donruss Football. Granted, that's also, that's not affordable to get things going. Javon Holland, rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins, headed to Cynthia. Then we have Kylan Granison of the Indianapolis Colts with that silver RC, headed to Cynthia as well. A portrait, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley. Followed up by an Elite Series rookies, Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Ryan. And Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to David. And we have a little Tiki Barber to kick things off right there. Followed up by Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Felicia. Then we have a silver press proof out of 100, Von Miller of the Denver Broncos going to Michael. Followed up by a Dominators Patrick Mahomes. And a 2001 throwback, Jim Kelly of the Buffalo Bills. We have a little Chase Claypool action right there, followed up by a Kadarius Toney rated rookie of the New York Giants headed to Cynthia. Then we have Tom Brady's 483rd career touchdown pass, followed by a Gridiron Kings Christian McCaffrey. Killed me yesterday, him getting hurt in fantasy. Absolutely dreadful. Followed up by the Phillip Rivers Elite Series of the Los Angeles Chargers. And then we have the Retro Series Drew Bledsoe of the New England Patriots. And before we're about 33% of the way done with this break, just want to welcome Anthony with the Browns, Michael with the Broncos, Joe with the Houston Texans, Ari with the Patriots, Dennis with the Seahawks and Titans, and then Jacob with the Washington Football Team for joining us for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. We have a Rashad Bateman, our rated rookie of the Baltimore Ravens, headed to Joe, followed by a red press proof Darius Leonard of the Indianapolis Colts. And then we're going to have a Dominators Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys, followed up by a 2001 throwback Terrell Davis of the Denver Broncos going to Michael. Kenyon Drake to get things started right there. Jalen Ramsey of the Rams. We have a Pete Werner rated rookie of the New Orleans Saints going to Cynthia. Followed up by Ramondre Stevenson portrait of the New England Patriots headed to Ari. Then we have the Elite Series rookies, and that's going to be Mac Jones of the New England Patriots headed to Ari as well. Following that up with Mr. Rob Gronkowski, the road to the Super Bowl of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we have our patch, and it's going to be a little Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Leather Kings, out of 299. Tyler Lockett to get things started. Followed up by Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers going to Ryan. Then we have a little Joe Namath out of 500. Joe Namath out of 500 of the New York Jets headed to Cynthia. Following that up with the rookies, Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO. And then a 2001 throwback Phil Simms of the New York Giants. Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers to get things going. Then we have a Jalen Phillips rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Phillips of the rated Miami Dolphins headed to Cynthia, followed up by Jerry Rice of the San Francisco 49ers Gridiron Kings. Then we have a Legend Series John Elway of the Denver Broncos, followed up by the champ is here, Ryan Suckup of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to David. Little Captain Checkdown Mac Jones over there. But that's probably just them not letting him. More than a feeling, it's Adam Thielen. Then we have the Javian Hawkins, rated rookie of the Atlanta Falcons, headed to Cynthia, followed by Zach Wilson with the base RC of the New York Jets, headed to Cynthia as well. And then we have a red press proof Jamari Adams of the Seattle Seahawks, headed to Dennis, followed up by a Dominators Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers. And then it's Patrick Mahomes Joe Montana of the Kansas City Chiefs with that 2001 throwback. Firing off with Jalen Mills to get those veterans started. And then we're going to have a rookie Phenoms rookie patch auto, and that is out of 99 of the Jacksonville Jaguars, headed to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we have the Gridiron Kings Troy Aikman of the Cowboys, an Elite Series DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions, and then a highlights Kenny Moore of the Indianapolis Colts. Folks, we got a lot of breaks in the red zone. Let's get those closed. 2 spots left in a Donruss football and certified football break. Then we have 3 spots left in a Donruss Optic basketball. Pick your team plus random. Would love to see that close today. And 3 spots left in an Absolute Baseball 3-team random as well. And you can get 20% off all of those. You can actually get 32% off the Donruss Optic. We have Mr. Justin Fields right there with the base rated rookie of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. Followed up by a out of 500 Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO as well. And then we have DK Metcalf with that Dominators of the Seattle Seahawks and a little 2001 throwback Len Dawson of the Kansas City Chiefs. Levante David of the Bucks to get things started. CD Lamb right there. Followed up by a Frank Darby rated rookie of the Atlanta Falcons heading to Christopher. Followed by an out of 50 Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. And then we're going to have an Elite Series rookie Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Christopher. And then an Alex Smith highlights of the Washington football team going to Jacob. And here we go, folks. We have 4 packs left. Little Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks to get some of these veterans started right there. Then we're going to have that Ian Book rated rookie of the New Orleans Saints going to Cynthia, followed up by the red press proof Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers. Then we have an Action All-Pros Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs and a 2001 throwback. That's going to be Ken Anderson of the Cincinnati Bengals. Go get the Jets in that certified football break. 20% off. 20% off. That gives you a great deal to go hunting for some Zach Wilson. We have a little Simi Fioku rated rookie of the Dallas Cowboys going to Cynthia. And then we have Des Fitzpatrick with the rated rookie of the Tennessee Titans. Not sure if that's just a screw up. A portrait, but in black. Interesting right there. I feel like that just might be an ink issue. Then we have a Power Formulas Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles and a Retro Series Peyton Mannings of the Indianapolis Colts. Little Jalen Hurts of the Eagles to get things cooking right there. We have a Christian Barmore, rated rookie of the New England Patriots, going to Ari. Followed up by Anthony Fisker of the Titans. Then we have the rookies, Mr. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, headed to Cynthia. And then a Kurt Warner out of 2001 throwback of the Los Angeles Rams, headed to Cynthia as well. Kenny Galladay of the Giants to get things started right here in this last pack. Followed by Luke Farrell, rated a rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then the Gridiron Kings, Davis Mills, a rookie right there. And again with the black logo, interesting right there. Davis Mills of the Houston Texans. And that's headed to Joe. Followed up by Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans with that Elite Series. And then an inducted Drew Pearson of the Dallas Cowboys. Alrighty, folks, let's run these rookies down. Davis Mills of the Houston Texans, Luke Farrell of the Jaguars, the rookies, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Christian Barmore of the New England Patriots. Following that up, we have Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans, Simi Fehoko of the Cowboys, Ian Book of the Saints, Kyle Pitts with the Elite Series rookies of the Falcons, Frank Darby of the Falcons, Travis Etienne out of 500 of the Jags, Justin Fields of the Bears, Zach Wilson of the Jets, Javian Hawkins of the Falcons, Jalen Phillips of the Dolphins, the rookies, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, an Elite Series rookies, Mac Jones of the Patriots, Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots, Pete Warner of the Saints, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Carlos Boogie Basham of the Bills, an Elite Series, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, a portrait, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, a silver, Kylan Granison of the Colts, Javon Holland of the Dolphins, a red press-proof, Gary Brightwell of the Giants, Amar Smith-Marset of the Vikings, Zaven Collins of the Cardinals, and Calvin Joseph of the Dallas Cowboys. And now on to our featured cards, of which there is 3. We have the Rookie Phenoms Rookie Patch Auto. We have the out of 299 Leather Kings patch. And then we have the Justin Fields with the rookies. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears to Haley, Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Mr. CEO. And Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Mr. CEO as well. And with that, we are done with break 1384. We will be back from the hardwood in 3 minutes with some basketball. Alrighty, folks, we are back, and we're about to get into this Revolution basketball. We have one team unsold. That's the Toronto Raptors. We're going to give that away. Type reward in the chat, and we will randomize it. Alrighty, John, count it down. 10 seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Loot Fan.
Loot Fan. Loot Fam taking it. Oh, I don't know why I pulled that. They get the Raptors. Loot Fam gets the Raptors. And Loot Fam, if you can just let us know if you've been in a break and what break and what team you had so we can make sure to get the Raptors out to you. Here we go. This is break 1385. The 2020-21 Revolution Basketball one box. Pick your team. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much. Little Blake Griffin of the Detroit Pistons, Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls, and then bang, a rang, we're going to have an auto right out of the gate, and it's Onyeka Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks with the Revolution auto, and that is headed to Anthony. Following that up with an Astro Lauri Markkanen of the Chicago Bulls, and then a Shockwave, a Revolution, Kemba Walker of the Celtics. That Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls to Anthony, Kemba Walker of the Boston Celtics going to Michael. We have Karis Levert of the Brooklyn Nets, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, Klay Thompson of the Warriors, and then we're going to have a Victor Oladipo, and that's going to be an impact out of 149 of the Indiana Pacers going to Josh, followed up by an Emmanuel Quickley RC of the New York Knicks, and that is going to be heading to Danilo. We have Chris Paul of the Suns, Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves. We have a Klay Thompson Astro of the Golden State Warriors headed to Antonio, and then a Ja Morant Vortex of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is going to Carl. Yeah, y'all asked for Prism. And I provided some Prism. We have the Prism Pick Your Team and the Prism Tiered Random. I'm not sure quite how many spots that Tiered Random has left in it. 9 spots left in that Tiered Random, broken up between the Tier 1 and 4 and the Tier 2 and 3. Bradley Beal of the Wizards, Giannis of the Bucks, Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, a Rookie Revolution, James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors, and that is going to be going to Antonio, and then he came in like a mellow ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And that is going to be heading to Jeff. Nice LaMelo Ball hit right there. And here we go, folks. We are having a solid Revolution break. Mike Conley of the Jazz, Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, DeJounte Murray of the Spurs. We have a groove, Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics headed to Michael, followed up by a vortex, Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets going to Cynthia. LeBron James of the Lakers, Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, Jason Tatum of the Celtics, and then we're going to have the fractal Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat, followed by Jordan Nora of the Milwaukee Bucks, and that is going to be going to Brandon. Markelle Fultz of the Orlando Magic, Paul George of the Clippers, DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs. We have a groove, Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks going to Justin, followed up by a rookie revolution, Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Antonio. Kevin Love of the Cavs, Steven Adams of the Pelicans, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, a Robert Woodard Astro right there of the Sacramento Kings. And that is going to be heading to Jeff, followed by Vernon Carey Jr. of the the Charlotte Hornets headed to Jeff as well. Alrighty, let's run these down. We have our inserts, the Vortex, Nikola Jokic, and Ja Morant, followed by a Shockwave Revolution, Kemba Walker of the Celtics. And then we're going to run down our veteran parallels. The Astro, Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls, the Astro, Klay Thompson of the Warriors, the Fractal, Bam Adebayo of the Heat, the Groove, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, and the Impact, Victor Oladipo of the Pacers out of 149. And now our regular rookie, we have Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, Jordan Nora of the Bucks, and Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks. Following that up, we are going to have a Astro, Robert Woodard II of the Sacramento Kings, a Groove, Tyler Bay of the Mavericks, and then the double rookie revolutions. We have the rookie revolution, Kira Lewis Jr., and the fractal rookie revolution, James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors. And now on to our featured cards. We have a Oniko Okongwu auto, and then he came in like a mellow ball of the Charlotte Hornets. LaMelo Ball going to Jeff, and Onika Okongwu of the Hawks headed to Anthony. And with that, we are done with break 1385, and we will get started here on break 1386 in just a moment. We have this Prism fast break, and it appears we have one team to auction off, and it's going to be the Boston Celtics. We're going to start the bidding for the Celtics at $5 in increments of $1. $16 from Cynthia. 16 from Cynthia. 20 from Daniel, the current high bid. All right, we're going to start the 30-second countdown. Any bids in the 30-second window will trigger a 15-second timer. And there we have it. The countdown is complete, and Daniel has won. Daniel has won. And while we wait for Daniel to pay via the link in the chat, we will do our next TV show keyword. Alrighty, John, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, the keyword is CIA. Jack Ryan, incorrect. Snowfall, incorrect. Madam Secretary, incorrect. Blind Spot, incorrect. Blacklist, incorrect. Alrighty, show giveaway guessing has ended. And with that, here we go. This is break 1386. The 2020-21 Prism Fast Break. Pick your team. Can you just drop a note in the chat to Ryan letting him know that he is behind? We have a little Clint Capella of the Atlanta Hawks. Then we have Jalen Smith, RC of the Phoenix Suns, and a Anthony Edwards, RC of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that is going to be going to Jack to get things started in this first pack, followed up by a Disco Anthony Edwards, the Disco Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets, followed by Al Horford of the 76ers. DeAndre Bembry of the Hawks, Zach LaVine of the Bulls, a silver Jordan Anora RC of the Milwaukee Bucks headed to Nicholas. And then we have Thomas Satoransky of the Bulls and Patrick Beverley of the Clippers. Kevon Looney of the Warriors, Magic Johnson of the Lakers, Kevin Love of the Cavs, a Disco, a Mo Bamba of the Orlando Magic headed to Thomas, followed up by Terrence Davis of the Toronto Raptors. Harry, good to see you. Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers, Aaron Baines of the Suns. We have the Xavier Tillman RC of the Memphis Grizzlies, followed by the 2001 or the throwback Jason Tatum Disco of the Boston Celtics, and then we have Josh Okogie of the Minnesota Timberwolves. We have Torrey Craig of the Nuggets, a Peyton Pritchard RC of the Boston Celtics to Daniel. And then we have the pink Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and that's going to be out of 50 of the Oklahoma City Thunder, headed to Ryan. Then we have Frank Nicolatina of the Knicks and Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks as well. Bismack Biyombo of the Hornets, Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, a Kira Lewis Jr. RC of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to TK. Then we have the Disco Darius Garland of the Cleveland Cavaliers headed to Dylan, and Troy Brown Jr. of the Washington Wizards headed to Richard. Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers. Markelle Fultz of the Orlando Magic. Followed up by a Fireworks RJ Barrett of the New York Knickerbockers. And then we have Lou Williams of the Los Angeles Clippers. And here we go, folks. It is going to be a fast break Tyler Bay RC auto. And that is of the Dallas Mavericks going to James. Kevin Durant of the Nets, followed up by Rodney Hood of the Portland Trailblazers. Then we have a blue Brook Lopez of the Milwaukee Bucks right there, and that's going to be number 96 out of 175 of the Bucks, followed by Josh Richardson of the Sixers and Steven Adams of the Oklahoma City Thunder. We have DeAndre Hunter of the Hawks, followed by Saban Ali of the Detroit Pistons, headed to Craig. Then we have Magic Johnson of the Lakers, a disco Danilo Gallinari of the Oklahoma City Thunder, headed to Ryan, followed up by Wesley Matthews of the Milwaukee Bucks. And while we're halfway through this break, would love to welcome Walter with the Charlotte Hornets, Ryan with the Bulls, Dylan with the Cavs, Craig with the Pistons, Jason with the Warriors, Thomas with the Clippers and Heat and Magic, and then James with the Spurs in their first break with BreakTraders. Use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. We have Chris Middleton of the Bucks, Dante DiVincenzo of the Bucks, Evan Fournier of the Magic, a fearless Gary Payton of the Seattle Supersonics right there, now the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then Aaron Gordon of the Orlando Magic. Robert Covington of the Rockets, a Jordan Anora RC of the Milwaukee Bucks, and that is going to Nicholas, followed by a red Vince Carter out of 125 of the Toronto Raptors to TK, followed up by Josh Jackson of the Grizzlies, and then Darius Baisley of the Oklahoma City Thunder. We have Patty Mills of the Spurs, Bradley Beal of the Wizards, and Malachi Flynn RC of the Toronto Raptors, followed by a Disco James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors, headed to Jason. And then we have Kemba Walker of the Boston Celtics. 2, 4, 6 packs left in this break. And Fernie Simmons of the Trailblazers, Jake Layman of the Timberwolves, a disco variation, Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers, headed to Dylan. Nice hit right there with that variation. And then we have the downtown disco, Chris Paul of the Thunder, and Goran Dragic of the Miami Heat to wrap up that pack. TJ Warren of the Pacers, Serge Ibaka of the Raptors, a red Buddy Hield of the Sacramento Kings right there, and that is going to be out of 27 out of 125, followed by Danny Green of the Lakers and Emmanuel Mudiay of the Utah Jazz. We have Dwayne Bacon of the Hornets, Mikal Bridges of the Suns, a Tyrese Halliburton RC of the Sacramento Kings to TK, followed by a disco Kobe White of the Chicago Bulls, headed to Ryan. And then we have Derek Favors of the New Orleans Pelicans. We have Jeremy Lamb of the Pacers, Julius Randle of the Knicks, Jabari Parker of the Kings, a throwback Russell Westbrook of the Houston Rockets going to Richard, and then Nemanja Bjelica of the Sacramento Kings. If we get that Prism Pick Your Team down to just the Chargers remaining, I'd be happy to do a serial filler for that as well. Spencer Dinwiddie of the Nets, followed by Jaden McDaniels, RC of the Minnesota Timberwolves, headed to Jack. Then we're going to have the blue Marc Gasol out of 175 of the Toronto Raptors to TK, followed by Jimmy Butler of the Heat and Seth Curry of the Mavericks. And now we're on to the last pack here. D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, Kevin Love of the Cavs, a fireworks, Anthony Davis of the Los Angeles Lakers going to Abigail. And then we have Jaren Jackson Jr. of the Memphis Grizzlies going to TK. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves, Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings, a Disco James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors, Malachi Flynn of the Raptors, Jordan Nora of the Bucks, Saban Lee of the Pistons, Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans, followed up by Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics, Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies, a silver Jordan Nora of the Bucks, and Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns. I guess I'd have to think that out. We'd have to randomize it between the people in that filler. Alrighty, here we go. Let's look at our hits. We have the Isaac Okoro variation, the Anthony Edwards base, and the Tyler Bay fast break auto. Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves to Jack, Tyler Bay of the Mavericks to James, and Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers to Dylan. And with that, we are done with break 1386. We will be back in 3 minutes from BT Park for Mr. CEO's Personal. Alrighty, we are back and ready to go. Mr. CEO, are you here? Mr. CEO, are you in the house? Yes, he is. Perfect. Alrighty, let's get ripping. This is Mr. CEO's Bowman Chrome HTA Choice Personal. And wow, did HTA Choice skyrocket in the last couple days? It was selling for like $225, and now it is going for I see it on Steel City for $325, and then on DACA for $299. Absolutely skyrocketed since the opening. Alrighty, let's get started here. First, we have the Bowman First Josh Winkiowski auto right there of the Boston Red Sox. Nice on Carter right there to get things cooking. And now our second card in this one is going to be a Gabriel Massell of the Minnesota Twins. And last but not least, looks like we're going to have some purple right there. Maybe that's not purple. Out of 250, and it is going to be an Ozlevis Basabe of the Texas Rangers. Right there. Alrighty. Well, let's run these down for Mr. CEO. We have the Josh Winkiowski of the Red Sox, Gabriel Massell of the Minnesota Twins, and then Basabe of the Texas Rangers to wrap up that personal for Mr. CEO. Alrighty. And folks, if you want some more Bowman Chrome HTA Choice Personals or HTA Choice, there we have a card, a random, and a hit draft. You can get 32% off of both of those. 32% off of both of those. And right now, I still have it priced as if it was selling for $225 for a box in the marketplace. So you're getting a wildly good deal on those. And that being said, we do have we're going to have our giveaway right here. So here we go, folks. This is going to be our Instagram giveaway of the Bowman Chrome HTA Choice right there. The Instagram giveaway. Let's see how many times we are going to randomize this. Six times. Alrighty, we're going to do this 6 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's going to go to Tri-City Collectibles. Tri-City Collectibles is the winner of this giveaway. And let's dive in. And we had roughly 70 people enter that giveaway via our Instagram page. And this is just the first of many bigger giveaways that we're going to be doing tonight. Alrighty. First, we have Louis Mises of the Chicago White Sox. Louis of the Chicago White Sox right there. And next up, we are going to have an online redemption. Mizell Yerbina of the HTA Choice Parallel right there. And last but not least, the out of 75, Jose Baez of the Cleveland Guardians with that gold auto right there of the Cleveland Guardians. And there we have it, folks. That is the wrap-up of our Instagram giveaway. Congratulations to Tri-City Collectibles. And with that, we will be right back with some Bowman Chrome 3-team random. Oh, crap. Didn't mean to hit that, sorry.
Right?
Yep. All right, folks, here we go. We've got some Bowman Chrome. While we do this, let's do our next. We have to randomize CIA, right?
We do.
Alrighty, let's type CIA in the chat. Yeah. Oh, missed. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown? 5-second countdown.
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Corey Stewart.
Corey Stewart. Corey Stewart winning the giveaway. Let's see what we've got. We have the Chronicles, and it's going to be R.J. Barrett, Kobe White, Ja Morant, James Harden, and a Kevin Porter Jr. Alrighty. And with that, here we go. This is break 1399, the 2021 Topps Bowman Chrome 3-team random. And let's see how many times we're going to randomize this one. 6 times. Bang. There we go. And we'll let those teams run through as I get this loaded. We're going to get started with a Geraldo Padroma. Padroma of the RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks, headed to Cynthia, followed by a Javier Baez of the Chicago Cubs. And then we have a summer camp, Spencer Torkelson of the Detroit Tigers, following that up with a Bowman first, Jefferson Cuero of the Milwaukee Brewers, and Julio Carreras of the Colorado Rockies. Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals, Brian Reynolds of the Pittsburgh Pirates. We have a Braden Shoemake of the Atlanta Braves with the Shimmer. Brandon Shoemake of the Atlanta Braves headed to Chris. And then we're going to have Blaze Jordan of the Red Sox and Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees. Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by a green out of 99. That's going to be Helcris Olivares of the Colorado Rockies heading to Chris, followed by a 40-man futures Maximo Acosta of the Texas Rangers. Then we have CJ Abrams of the Padres and Nick Yorke of the Boston Red Sox. Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals. We have an Alex Kirilloff RC, Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins, and that is going to be heading to Zerk, followed by Hunter Green of the Cincinnati Reds and Adley Rutschman of the Orioles. And then we're going to have our first auto, and it is going to be a Gilberto Celestino of the Minnesota Twins. And that is going to Zerk. Jesus Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins, and that is going to Carissa. Following that up with Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds headed to James. Then we have Tyler Soderstrom out of 199 of the Oakland Athletics, and that is going to be going to Jay out of 199 right there. Following that up with Francisco Alvarez of the Mets and Drew Waters of the Atlanta Braves. We have Nate Pearson, RC of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by Sam Huff, RC of the Texas Rangers. Then we have a 40-man futures, Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Zerk, followed up by a Bowman first, Manuel Beltre of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Carissa, and then a Po Yu Chen of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to Zerk as well. Zerk. And now on to the second mini box. We have a Jake Cronenworth RC of the San Diego Padres going to James, followed by Alex Bam Moran of the Philadelphia Phillies RC heading to Jay. Then we have the 2020 Summer Camp Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds going to James, followed up by Maximo Acosto of the Rangers and Riley Green of the Tigers. Nolan Arenado of the Cardinals, Josh Donaldson of the Twins. We have a Dawn of Glory, Mick Abel of the Philadelphia Phillies heading to Jay right there, followed up by Ronnie Marcio of the Mets and Mick Abel of the Phillies. The Dawn of Glory, the little box hit right there. JT Realmuto of the Phillies and Alex Badu RC out of 499 of the Detroit Tigers, followed by a 40-man futures Gabriel Arias of the Cleveland Guardians right there. Then we have Matt Liberatore of the Cardinals and Jordan Groshans of the Blue Jays. Francisco Lindor of the Mets, followed by Freddie Freeman of the Braves. And here we go. Our next auto is going to be David Garcia of the Texas Rangers, headed to Carissa. Then we have Miguel Amaya of the Cubs and Zach Veen of the Rockies. Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers, a little Kyber Ruiz RC of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Carissa. The Christian Pache Bowman Ascensions RC. And right there, folks, we have a case hit. Boom shaka laka. A Christian Pache case hit of the Atlanta Braves. And that is going to get a sizzle sticker. Nice hit right there. Following that up with Jeter Downs of the Red Sox and Starlin Aguilar of the Seattle Mariners with that Bowman first going to Daniel. Oh, baby, let's get that Donruss Optic, 32% off. We have Luis Patino RC of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by a Spencer Howard RC of the Philadelphia Phillies. Then we have that 40-man futures Austin Wells of the New York Yankees, followed by a Bowman first Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Jim, and Shalin Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates Bowman first headed to Zerk. John, Corey Stewart let us know their info for the last from that giveaway one.
Instagram?
No, from the break that we gave away earlier. Alrighty, or maybe it was just the last giveaway.
Okay.
All right, let's run these down. We have Spencer Howard of the Phillies, Luis Patino of the Blue Jays, Kyber Ruiz of the Dodgers, Akil Badu out of 499 of the Tigers, Alex Baum of the Phillies, Jake Cronenworth of the Padres, Sam Huff of the Rangers, Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Tyler Stevenson of Cincinnati, Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins, Alex Kirilloff of the Twins, and Geraldo Padroma of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And now on to our Bowman first rundown. We have Shalin Polanco of the Pirates, Malcolm Nunez of the Cardinals, Starlin Aguilar of the Mariners, Po-Yu Chen of the Pirates, Manuel Beltre of the Blue Jays, Helcris Olivares out of 99 of the Colorado Rockies, Julio Correas of the Rockies, and Jefferson Cuero of the Brewers. And now on to our featured cards. Our box hit, the Mick Abel Dawn of Glory, and then we have our 2 autos. We have the David Garcia of the Texas Rangers and Gilberto Celestino of the Twins. Gilberto of the Twins going to Zerk, David Garcia of the Rangers to Carissa, and the Mick Abel of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Jay. And then last but not least, we have our case hit. And that is going to be Christian Pache Bowman Ascensions of the Atlanta Braves heading to Chris. There we go. And with that, we are done with break 1399. We'll be back from BT Field with an Elements card random. Alrighty, we are back with some Elements football card random, but first let's do our next keyword giveaway. Alrighty, John, you let me know when you're ready to go.
Okay, Rick.
Alrighty, folks. Bipolar. Homeland is correct.
Wow.
Cynthia just on fire, getting that birthday love, and she gets a Topps Baseball Stadium Club right there. Elvis Andrus of the Oakland Athletics, followed by Tony Gonsolin of the Dodgers. Then we have Johnny Bench of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by Yordan Alvarez of the Astros, Anderson Tejada of the Texas Rangers, and Michael Conforto of the New York Mets. Alrighty. And with that, we have the 2021 Elements Football Break 1321 card random. How we will do this, we will randomize the users first, and then we will randomize the cards at the end. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. It's going to be 9 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Alrighty, let's dive in. Alrighty. The first one is going to be a Travis Kelce 147 out of 250. Travis Kelce 147 out of 250 is the first card pulled in this Elements card random. Next up, we are going to have a supercharged Justin Fields. Justin Fields supercharged patch. And that is 156 out of 199. Haley probably salivating at that right there. And after that supercharged patch, we are going to have a Tylan Wallace auto out of 50. Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens. That is a 32 out of 50. 32 out of 50 with that rookie neon signs autograph. Alrighty. And next up, it is going to be the Chuck Foreman auto of the Minnesota Vikings. The fourth called we pulled right there. And then last but not least, it is going to be Mr. Jonathan Taylor with the Plutonium, and that is out of 94. And that is number 65 out of 94 of the Indianapolis Colts. Alrighty, let's see how many times we are going to randomize these cards. 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and dun 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 4. Boom. Alrighty. Here we go. With the 5th spot, Haley getting the Travis Kelce 147 out of 250. That's card number 5. Card number 4 going to Double M is going to be the Justin Fields Supercharged of the Chicago Bears. Justin Fields Supercharged of the Chicago Bears. Card number 4. Then we're going to have Mr. Jonathan Taylor out of 94, the 65 out of 94 Plutonium. Card number 3 going to Michael. Card number 2 heading to Nick is going to be Mr. Chuck Foreman of the Minnesota Vikings, and that is 144 out of 199. And last but not least, getting the Tylan Wallace auto is going to be Jim Forrester with the 32 out of 50. And with that, we are done with break number 1321, the Elements 1-box card random. We'll be back in 5 minutes, possibly with a UFC personal if Sean is in the house. Alrighty, we are back. Sean, are you in the house? If Sean is not in the house, we'll move forward to the Revolution Pick Your Team. But I want to give him the opportunity first. Alrighty, it doesn't appear Sean is in the house, so we will move on to the Revolution one box Pick Your Team. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1328. Break 1328. $13.28, the 2020-21 Revolution one box Pick Your Team. And folks, it appears that most of our red zone deals from earlier had been filled, and there's only one out there remaining, or maybe two out there remaining, and it's the Absolute Baseball 3-team random. Would love to see that fill tonight. We have Derek Rose of the Pistons, Eric Gordon of the Rockets, Jonas Valanciunas of the Memphis Grizzlies. Then we have a Groove, Brooke Lopez of the Milwaukee Bucks, headed to Brad, followed by a Rookie Revolution, Jalen Smith. Rookie Revolution, Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns, going to Sean. We have a Mike Conley of the Jazz, LeBron James of the Lakers, DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, a Derek Rose, a Fractal of the Detroit Pistons, headed to Kevin. And then we have an Elijah Hughes RC of the Utah Jazz, going to Sean. Then we have Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, Drew Holiday of the Bucks, Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers. Then we have the Alfred Payton Astro of the New York Knicks, going to Chris. Followed up by a Shockwave Revolution, Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks, headed to Jonathan. We have a Markelle Fultz of the Orlando Magic, Kevin Love of the Cavaliers, Carmelo Anthony of the Portland Trailblazers, an Astro Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors, headed to Brooke. And then we have CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers. CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers. And that is going to be going to Sherwin. Steven Adams of the Pelicans, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Andre Drummond of the Cavs, and then we're going to have the Astro, Draymond Green of the Golden State Warriors, going to Brooke. Following that up with Mr. Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets, and that is going to Brett. We have Davis Bertans of the Wizards, Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, Norman Powell of the Raptors, and then we're going to have the Domantas Sabonis Cubic out of 50 of the Indiana Pacers, going to Kenneth, Following that up with a Anthony Edwards RC. Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that is going to be heading to Steven. We have Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat, Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, John Wall of the Rockets, a Jaren Jackson Astro of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Melissa, and then a Vortex John Wall of the Houston Rockets headed to Brad. Jimmy Butler of the Heat, Al Horford of the Thunder, Terry Rozier of the Hornets, a Rookie Revolution Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls going to Robert, and then a Patrick Williams base RC of the Chicago Bulls, obviously heading to Robert as well. Alrighty, let's run these down. First, our veterans inserts. We have John Wall of the Houston Rockets, Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets. Both of those are Vortexes. And then we have the Luka Doncic Shockwave Revolution of the Dallas Mavericks. Alrighty, then we have the Astro Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, the Astro Draymond Green of the Golden State Warriors, the Astro Elfrid Payton of the New York Knicks, the Groove Brooke Lopez of the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Fractal Derrick Rose of the Detroit Pistons. Our regular rookie rundown, we have Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls headed to Robert, CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers going to Sherwin, and Elijah Hughes of the Utah Jazz headed to Sean. And then we're going to have the Rookie Revolution, Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls to Robert, the Rookie Revolution, Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns to Sean, and the Nico Mannion of Astro RC of the Golden State Warriors headed to Brooke. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Cubic out of 50, and then the Anthony Edwards base. That Cubic Domantas Sabonis of the Indiana Pacers headed to Kenneth, and Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves is going to be headed to Steven. And with that, we are done with break 1328. We'll be right back from BT Park. Alrighty, folks, we're here for this Bowman Chrome 3-team random. Bowman Chrome 3-team random. But first, we are going to randomize bipolar, and the randomization winner of this will get this PSA 9 1993 Classic Best Derek Jeter. Alrighty, folks, bipolar. Alrighty, John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Harry Hood.
Harry Hood getting the little Derek Jeter PSA 9 that when we last priced it out was roughly around $30, but that was before the Hall of Fame induction, so there may be a bump right there. Nice hit to Harry Hood. And with that, we are going to do our Bowman Chrome 3-team random. This is break 1229. Let's see how many times we are going to randomize this one. 6 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Let's get these teams loaded up. Alrighty, let's rock and roll. And if you like that Derek Jeter giveaway, don't forget we're giving away a 1990 Michael Jordan PSA 8. That's worth around $50. We'll be doing that with the Donruss Optic basketball break later this evening. We're going to have Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, Matthew Liberatore of the St. Louis Cardinals 2020 Summer Camp, followed by a Bowman first, Wilman Diaz of the Los Angeles Dodgers, headed to Craig, following that one up with a Johnny Piran of the Tampa Bay Rays, Bowman first, headed to Carissa. We have a little Akil Badu, RC of the Detroit Tigers, headed to Andrew. Following that up with the Yerman Mercedes of the Chicago White Sox, RC to Nick. And then we're going to have the Dawn of Glory, the box hit, and that's Yoliu Cespedes of the Chicago White Sox, headed to Nick. Then we have Grayson Rodriguez of the Orioles and Asa Lacy of the Kansas City Royals. Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds. Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds to Carissa, followed by a blue Yu Darvish out of 150 of the San Diego Padres going to T-Man. Then we have the 40-man futures. Blaze Jordan of the Boston Red Sox, followed by Austin Wells of the New York Yankees and Emerson Hancock of the Seattle Mariners. I'd highly recommend getting into that tiered random too. We have 9 spots left in that. There's spots available in both the tiers 1-4 tiers and the 2-3 tiers. Garrett Crochet, RC of the White Sox, headed to Nick. Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves, RC, headed to Phil. And then here it goes. It is going to be a Kevin Made of the Chicago Cubs, Bowman first. And that is headed to Craig. Nice signature right there on that auto. Followed up by Jeremy De La Rosa of the Nationals and Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals. Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals, RC, heading to Nick. Following that up with Eugenio Suarez of the Cincinnati Reds. Malin Valdez out of 499 of the Cincinnati Reds, and that's a Bowman first right there. And then we're going to have an Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds as well, and Jarren Duran of the Red Sox. All those Reds going to Carissa. And we're on to our last pack in this first break, or this first box of the Bowman Chrome. Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, Luis Ariz of the Minnesota Twins, a 40-man futures, Ed Howard of the Chicago Cubs, headed to Craig. Followed up by a Christian Robinson of the Diamondbacks and a Pedro Pineda of the Oakland Athletics. And that is going to T-Man. And now on to the second mini box. Fernando Tatis Jr. of the Padres, Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays, a Max Meyer with the 2020 summer camp of the Miami Marlins, headed to Kevin, followed by Pedro Leon of the Houston Astros, and that is going to be heading to T-Man, followed up by Miguel Bleis of the Boston Red Sox, and that is going to Phil. One spot left in that Absolute Baseball, folks. And remember, you can use the RZ20 for 20% off. Shohei Ohtani of the Angels, Jose Altuve of the Astros, a green Robert Puisan out of 99 of the Oakland Athletics going to T-Man. And that is going to be the green. That appears to be a green shimmer. Followed by Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Minnesota Twins, heading to Kevin. And Alexander Vizcaino of the New York Yankees going to Carissa. Yeah, unfortunately, our number one Prism breaker has moved to case breaks. So Devi Garcia of the New York Yankees headed to Carissa RC, followed by Andres Jimenez of the Cleveland Guardians RC going to Phil. Then we have the 40-man futures, Cole Wilcox, followed by Jordan Adams of the Angels and Tristan Casas of the Boston Red Sox. Otherwise, I'm sure we'd have both those prisms filled in no time. Well, Dane Dunning RC of the Minnesota Twins. Dane Dunning of the Texas Rangers going to Phil. Followed up, holy hell. Followed up by Dylan Carlson RC of the St. Louis Cardinals to Andrew. And then we have a Jeremy Pena of the Houston Astros and Tyler Soderstrom of the Oakland Athletics. And folks, we have another case hit, and this one's going to be a numbered auto. This is going to be a huge one, I believe. It is Spencer Torkelson with the case hit auto, and that is 91 out of 100. And that is of the Detroit Tigers going to Andrew. And that is going to get a sizzle sticker. Andrew with the huge, huge hit right there. Christian Pache RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Phil, followed by Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians, a Tariq Skubal out of 299 of the Detroit Tigers going to Andrew. And then we have Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners and Austin Martin of the Blue Jays. And we have one pack left. Now the real question is that one you hold on to with the hopes of if he really turns it on in the next 2 years, that thing really skyrockets? Or do you sell now? Question here of the Brewers. Pete Alonso of the Mets. The 40-man futures. Yoki Cespedes of the Chicago White Sox headed to Nick. Then we have Matt Manning of the Tigers and Tyler Freeman of the Cleveland Guardians. Alrighty. Let's run down our rookie rundown. Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves, Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals, Dane Dunning of the Rangers, Andres Jimenez of the Guardians, Debbie Garcia of the Yanks, Brady Singer of the Royals, Ian Anderson of the Braves, Garrett Crochet of the White Sox, Jose Garcia of the Reds, Jermaine Mercedes of the White Sox, and Akil Badu of the Detroit Tigers. And now our Bowman first rundown. Alexander Vizcano of the Yankees, Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Twins, Miguel Bleis of the Red Sox, Pedro Pineda of the A's, Melvin Valdez out of 499 of the Reds, Johnny Perron of the Tampa Bay Rays, Pedro Leon of the Astros, and Wilman Diaz of the Dodgers. And here we go, folks. It is now we are going to finish our rundown. We have the box hit, which is the Donegal Yoliki Cespedes of the White Sox headed to Nick. Then we have the Kevin Made auto of the Chicago Cubs going to Craig. And then the case hit plus the auto, 91 out of 100. That is Spencer Torkelson, Bowman Ascensions. What an auto right there. What a hit. And that's of the Detroit Tigers going to Andrew. And with that, we are done with break number 1229. We'll be right back from BT Field for some certified football. Alrighty, we're back with some certified football. But first, I think it's time for our next keyword giveaway. And it's going to be a new show, correct, John? Alrighty, you let me know when you're ready. All right, the keyword is drugs. No correct guesses yet. And Mist gets it right before with The Wire.
Wow.
And Miss getting the Topps Stadium Club 2021. Kyle Schwarber of the Nationals, DJ LeMahieu of the Yankees, Didi Gregorius of the Phillies, Shane Bieber of Cleveland, and Tyler Stevenson of Cincinnati. Huh? I do not. Right under the wire. I see what you did there, Haley. And before we dive into this, I just wanted to show folks we have 4 teams remaining in our available spots. You can get 20% off. We have the Jaguars in Certified and Donruss, the Jets in Certified, and the Rockets in Prism Fast Break. Right there. In addition, 10 spots left in the Prism Football Hobby, 12 in Select Basketball. You can use the code Saute32 for Prism Football for discounts on both that and the tiered random. And then we have the new product, the Donruss Football Hobby Hybrid, 4 spots left in the Pick Your Division. And we have the AFC South still available for $61 and the NFC West for $39 right there. And then the Pick Your Team Donruss Hobby Hybrid. Go chasing right there. The Jags for $56. The Patriots for $26. The 49ers for $29. All available. Let's see that fire up. Alrighty. And with that, here we go. This is break 1394, the 2021 one-box certified football. Pick your team. And John, do you see the note from Mist right there? No, we didn't break it yet, so you're gonna have to go look at the orders. Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, a little Darren Waller out of 249 of the Las Vegas Raiders, headed to Cynthia. And then we have a gold team, Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed up by A.J. Brown of the Titans and Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. Cam Newton of the Patriots. And here we go, right off the bat, it's going to be a Fletcher Cox auto, and that is out of 45, and that is of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Daniel. Followed up by a Stars, Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens, headed to Chris. And then we have Calvin Ridley of the Atlanta Falcons and Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks. Well, Roquan Smith of the Chicago Bears, a Terrace Marshall Jr. RC of the Carolina Panthers out of 399, headed to Phil. Then we have a gold team Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, followed by Jalen Reagor of the Eagles and T. Higgins of the Bengals. Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, Cam Akers out of 299 of the Los Angeles Rams. And then here we go. We're going to have the graffiti Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers heading to Zerk. Followed up by Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings and Carson Wentz of the Indianapolis Colts. Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers to get it going, to get this pack going. Following that up with a Tyreek Hill dark horse of the Kansas City Chiefs. Then we have Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers and Darren Waller of the Raiders. And here we go. it is going to be a rookie patch auto, and that is Dwame Brown out of 149. 79 out of 149 of the Washington football team, headed to Jeff. Cortland Sutton of the Broncos to get it started right here. Then we're going to have the seal of approval. Von Miller of the Denver Broncos going to Paul. Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills, and Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team. And here we go. It is going to be a new generation Jamar Chase out of 50 patch. 13 out of 50. And that is going to Daniel. Amari Cooper of the Dallas Cowboys. We have a Michael Strahan out of 299 of the Indianapolis Colts, headed to Haley. Right, Michael Strachan, sorry, of the Indianapolis Colts, headed to Haley. Followed up by a graffiti, Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers. Then we have Mr. Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals, and Kirk Cousins of the Minnesota Vikings. Three packs left in this break. LaMichael Perine of the New York Jets, followed by Jeff Okudah of the Lions. A Stars out of 249, DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks, headed to Robert. Then we have Jonathan Taylor of the Colts and Devin White of the Buccaneers. Matt Stafford of the Rams, followed up by Calvin Ridley out of 149 of the Atlanta Falcons, headed to Cynthia. Followed up by a Stars, George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers. Then we have Derek Carr of the Raiders and Devontae Parker of the Miami Dolphins. Austin Eckler of the Chargers. Followed up by a seal of approval, Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, headed to Daniel. Then we have Antonio Gibson of the Washington football team and Baker Mayfield of the Browns. And here we go, folks. We have a crotch patch Deonta Johnson out of 299 of the Pittsburgh Steelers, going to Haley. Alrighty, let's run this break down. Our two rookies, we have the 299 Michael Strachan of the Colts to Haley, and the 399 Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers to Phil. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Trey Lance graffiti of the San Francisco 49ers going to Zerk. Then we have two veterans. We have Fletcher Cox out of 45 with the mirror signatures of the Eagles going to Daniel, and Deonta Johnson with the crotch patch out of 299 to Haley. And then our rookie patches, we have the Jamar Chase out of 50 and the Dwame Brown rookie patch auto out of 199. Dwame Brown of the Washington football team to Jeff. Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Daniel. And with that, we will be right back from the Foctagon for Mr. CEO's UFC Personal. Here we go. Mr. CEO, are you in the house? Yes, sir. Perfect. Alrighty, let's rip and rock here. Michael Chandler, RC lightweight right there, followed by Leon Edwards of the welterweight, Jessica Andrade flyweight, Felice Herg strawweight, a premier level, Glover Teixeira premier level right there, light heavyweight, followed up by a red premier level, Brandon Moreno RC, and that is going to be a flyweight out of 199. That's 114 out of 199. Speaking of UFC, yesterday I see this article about John Bones Jones going to move up to the heavyweight, going to put on some weight and go fight heavyweight. And then today, you wake up and John Bones Jones got arrested for domestic violence. John Bones Jones, one of the dumbest athletes out there, just consistently wasting a phenomenal athletic career with legal issues, drug issues, you name it. Nate Diaz of the welterweight, followed by a Brandon Moreno RC flyweight right there. Got the Dooley Brandos. Holly Holm bantamweight. Then we have Paulo Costa middleweight. A blue out of 99, Carla Esparza premier. And that is going to be that's going to be a strawweight, and that is number 85 out of 99. Followed by a silver Khabib of lightweight right there. Francis Ngannou heavyweight, Corey Sandhagen bantamweight, a Brian Ortega featherweight, a octagon side, Jorge Masvidal welterweight right there. And then we have a premier level RC, and that is going to be Rodolfo Vieira, followed up by a red out of 199. That's going to be Chris Weidman middleweight octagon side. And that's 98 out of 199. The light heavyweight Anthony Smith, followed by the bantamweight Germain de Randamie. The featherweight RC Bryce Mitchell, followed up by a featherweight Kelvin Qatar, then a bantamweight Disco Marlon Morales, and a silver light heavyweight John Blachowicz. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. We had the silver Khabib lightweight, and then the out of 99 premier level Carla Esparza. And now we're on to the rookie rundown. We have a Bryce Mitchell featherweight RC, a premier level Rodolfo Vera middleweight RC. Then we have the Brandon Moreno flyweight rook, followed by an out of 199 Brandon Moreno premier level RC, and then a Mitchell Chandler lightweight RC. And now on to our featured cards. The octagon sign, Jorge Masvidal, a welterweight. Jorge Masvidal, welterweight, octagon side right there. And then the out of 199 red octagon side, Chris Weidman, middleweight. And with that, we are done with Mr. CEO's Personal. We will be back in 8 minutes. With BT Late Night. We will see you in 8 minutes with BT Late Night. Alrighty, we are back with BT Late Night. BT Late Night. Alrighty. And you know what? I'm feeling generous. We have one team that's awaiting payment. We're going to give it away. Type drugs in the chat. Drugs in the chat. And you will get the Boston Red Sox. Drugs, drugs, drugs. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Brett Kaplan.
Brett Kaplan winning the Boston Red Sox. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1387, the 2021 Absolute Baseball One Box Pick Your Team. And we have two newbies today in this one. Michael with the New York Yankees and Jeff with the Seattle Mariners. Thank you for joining us. Brian Reynolds of the Pittsburgh Pirates to David. Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals. Anthony Santander of the Baltimore Orioles. Followed by Yogi Berra of the New York Yankees. Kyle Lewis of the Mariners. A Xander Bogaerts out of 149 of the Boston Red Sox. Headed to Brett Diddley, Brett. And then we have Billy Martin, Unsung Heroes of the New York Yankees. Followed by a Fernando Tatis, a junior extreme team, 149 out of 149. And folks, we will definitely be ready with that serial filler for that Prism football hobby break if we get down to just the Chargers. And that would be roughly 43 spots each. Here we go. It's going to be a Tools of the Trade Vladimir Guerrero of the Montreal Expos. The Montreal Expos, now the Washington Nationals, headed to David. And following that up, we're going to have a Rafael Marchand Tools of the Trade out of 49 rookie patch auto. And that is of the Philadelphia Phillies, going to Michael. And someone can go grab the Dolphins. 32% off, I think, ends up getting you under $150 there. Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals, Cal Ripken of the Orioles, Zach Gallen of the Diamondbacks, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa of the Rangers, Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers, a little Joey Gallo out of 199 of the Texas Rangers, going to Zerk. Following that up, we have Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Trevor's Story of the Extreme Team of the Colorado Rockies. And then we have Andres Jimenez of the Cleveland Guardians, and that's going to Cynthia with that rookie class. And here we go, folks. It is going to be a Tools of the Trade, a Patches out of 99, Mitch Haniger of the Seattle Mariners, going to Jeff. And we have Braxton Garrett of the Miami Marlins with that rookie signatures out of 99. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. The rookie class, Andres Jimenez of the Cleveland Guardians, the Trevor Story Extreme Team of the Rockies, Joey Gallo out of 199 of the Texas Rangers, an Extreme Team Fernando Tatis Jr. out of 149 of the San Diego Padres, Billy Martin's Unsung Heroes of the New York Yankees, and Xander Bogaerts out of 149 of the Boston Red Sox. And now on to the featured cards. We have the Vladimir Guerrero of the Montreal Expos, now the Washington Nationals, and Mitch Hanger up patches out of 99, followed up by the out of 99 Braxton Garrett auto, and then the out of 49 Rafael Marchand rookie patch auto. We have Vlad Guerrero of the Washington Nationals going to David, Mitch Hanger of the Seattle Mariners going to Jeff, Braxton Garrett of the Miami Marlins going to Mr. CEO, and Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Michael. And with that, we are done with break 1387. We'll be right back with some Topps Chrome for 1388. We are back with some Topps Chrome Baseball. Topps Chrome Baseball. Let's do our next show keyword giveaway. John, you let me know when you are ready.
Okay.
Violence. Oh. Crap. Sorry about that, folks. We already guessed this one. So just type violence in the chat and we'll do a random giveaway.
Sorry.
Type violence in the chat. My mistake there, folks. John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is on 2942.
Steven getting the Marvel pack. The show was The Wire, and I forgot that they had guessed it and gotten it right under the wire last time. There we go, little Hawkeye right there, and then Steven's newest fashion accessory, the Captain America dog tag. And with that, we are ready to rock. This is break 1388, the 2021 Topps Chrome 1-box. Pick your team. We've got a little Spencer Howard RC of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Alvaro, followed up by Corey Kluber of the Rangers. Then we have a Future Stars, Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners going to Buddy, and Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins to round off that pack. Before I get into the second pack, I just want to welcome Travis and Alvaro, new to the BT community tonight. Thanks for joining us. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first break at BreakTraders.com. We have Jorge Soler of the Kansas City Royals, an Ian Anderson RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Chris. Following up with that, we have Kyle Tucker of the Astros with that silver refracto, and then a Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants RC headed to Buddy. We get it down to the Chargers, and we're ready to go for the serial random. Luis Brinson of the Marlins, followed by Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays going to John. Then we have Luis Garcia, 35th Anniversary Edition RC of the Washington Nationals headed to Buddy, and Marco Gonzalez of the Mariners. Austin Mays of the Orioles, Jared Walsh of the Atlanta Braves. Then we have a Future Stars, Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros going to T-Man, followed up by an Alex Bam 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 Ram of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Alvaro. Josh Bell of the Pirates, followed by Freddie Freeman of the Braves. A silver, Will Smith of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to John, followed up by Max Muncy of the Dodgers to wrap that one up. JD Martinez of the Red Sox, John Lester of the Cubs, the Prism, Ryan Yarborough of the Tampa Bay Rays going to John, followed up with Kyle Schwarber of the Cubs. We have a Dylan Carlson RC of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Travis, followed by Gio Urshela of the Yankees, a Prozimo Power Anthony Rendren of the Los Angeles Angels going to Travis, and then we have an Andrew Benettini of the Boston Red Sox. DJ LeMahieu of the Yankees, Nate Pearson RC of the Toronto Blue Jays going to a Buddy, followed by a silver refractor, Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres, and then we have Austin O'Reilly of the Atlanta Braves. Michael Conforto of the Mets, Tim Anderson of the White Sox, a San Diego Padres 35th anniversary edition, Jake Cronenworth headed to Travis, followed by Jose Altuve of the Houston Astros. Alejandro Kirk of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Buddy, following that up with Luke Voigt of the Yankees, a Future Stars, Nick Solak of the Texas Rangers going to Buddy, and then Steve Strasburg of the Washington Nationals. We have Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, Ryan Braun of the Milwaukee Brewers, a Nick Castellanos RC silver prism or silver refractor of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians. I think she'll be in here later in October. Devin Williams of the Brewers, followed by David Dahl of the Rockies, a Prism Lords Gurriel Jr. of the Blue Jays headed to Buddy, and then we have Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani of the Angels, Rhys Hoskins of the Phillies, of baseball, Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, and that is going to be heading to Buddy, followed up by Max Kepler of the Minnesota Twins. We have Adonis Medina of the Phillies going to Alvaro, followed by Fernando Tatis of the San Diego Padres. Then we have the Ryan Weathers of the Padres RC, Ryan Weathers of the San Diego Padres RC going to Travis, and then Dallas Keuchel of the White Sox. You know, folks, if we get that prism down to even just the Dolphins and Eagles, I would run a filler there, and I think I'm trying to do the math right now. It'd be about $65 a spot for that filler. Devi Garcia of the Yankees RC, and that is going to Jay, followed by Pete Alonso of the Mets, a Nolan Arenado 35th anniversary edition of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed up by a Ryan Yarborough of the Tampa Bay Rays. So $65, and you get a cereal for Luis Diaz of the Miami Marlins going to Travis. Mike Moustakas of the Reds. And then here we go, folks. It is going to be a Josh Fleming RC auto, and that is going to be out of 150 of the Tampa Bay Rays going to John. Following that up with a Tariq Screwball RC of the Detroit Tigers. Kyle Tucker of the Astros, followed by Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates going to Travis. And then we have a silver refractor, Mike Moustakas of the Reds, following up with a Juan Soto of the Nationals. Keston Hiura of the Brewers, Lucas Giolito of the Sox, a Sherton Apostle Prism RC of the Texas Rangers, followed by Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves. That Texas Ranger going to Buddy, and Christian Pache going to Chris. Salvador Perez of the Royals, Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, a baseball, Yan Mancado of the Chicago White Sox going to John, followed up by a Joe Adell RC of the Los Angeles Angels going to Travis. Brian Bruxton of the Twins, Edward Escobar of the Diamondbacks, a silver refractor, Marcel Ozuna of the Atlanta Braves, headed to Chris, followed up by a John Hayden of the Milwaukee Brewers. Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers, a blue Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals going to Buddy, followed by a 35th anniversary edition Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox headed to John, following that up with a Eloy Jimenez of the Chicago White Sox. And we have 3 packs left. Luis Garcia RC of the Washington Nationals going to a Buddy, followed up by Patrick Corbin of the Nationals. And then we have another auto, and this is going to be an Edward Olivares RC of the Kansas City Royals going to T-Man. And then we have Sean Murphy of the Oakland Athletics to wrap up that pack, and we have 2 packs left in this break. We have a Bobby Delbach RC of the Boston Red Sox going to Travis, followed by Ahmad Rosario of the Mets, and Adonis Medina RC of the Philadelphia Phillies right there going to Alvaro, and then Corey Seager of the Dodgers. And we're on to our last pack. Jesus Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins going to Travis, followed by Anthony Rendren of the Angels, a Prism Tariq Screwball RC of the Detroit Tigers going to Travis, and then Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves. Alrighty, here we go. Our rookie rundown, Tariq Screwball of the Tigers, Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins, Adonis Medina of the Phillies, Bobby Delbach of the Red Sox, Luis Garcia of the Nationals, Joe Adell of the Angels, Christian Pache of the Braves, Sherton Apostle of the Rangers, Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates, Tariq Screwball of the Detroit Tigers, Luis Diaz of Miami, Devi Garcia of the Yankees, a Ryan Weathers of the San Diego Padres, Adonis Medina of the Phillies, Alejandro Kirk of the Blue Jays, Jake Cronenworth of the San Diego Padres, Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays. Then we have Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, Alex Baum of the Phillies, Luis Garcia, 35th anniversary edition of the Nationals. Following that up with Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by Joey Bart of the Giants, Ian Anderson of the Braves, and Spencer Howard of the Phillies. And now on to our two featured cards. They're both autos. We have the Edward Olivares and then the auto 150, Josh Fleming. Josh Fleming of the Tampa Bay Rays going to John. And then Edward Olivares of the Kansas City Royals headed to T-Man. And with that, we are done with break number 1388. Done with break number 1388. We'll be right back from BT Field. Alrighty, we are back with some certified football. And we've got some teams to auction off. And it is going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars to get started. We're going to start the bidding at $50 in increments of $5. $55 from Orion. $70 from Orion. Do we have 75? All right, we will start the countdown. Starting the countdown, 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in the 30-second window will trigger a 15-second bid. Alrighty. Ryan wins right there. Ryan wins them for $70. And we have one more team to auction off here, and it's going to be the New York Jets. Bidding for them will begin at $25 in increments of $5. Curtis with $25. $35 from Mr. CEO. Do we have 40? Although the bases are numbered. All right, we're going to start the 30-second countdown. Perfect. Ryan sent the payment for the Jets. Jags, and Mr. CEO has the Jets. Yeah, for the bases, it would just go by what the card number ends in. For any of the serial numbered, it would go to the number that's on the left side of the serial. And then any non-numbered, we'd randomize. So, like, for example... For example, Von Miller his base is 117, so that would go to the person with 7. Is there go right there. Yeah. Alrighty, here we go. This is $13.89, the 2021 certified one box. Pick your team. Exactly, Brett. But I'm happy to do it for the remaining 5 teams if we think we could get 10 people at 80 what did I say above? 85 a piece. But I mean, we'd still do the 32% off of that too. So that ends up being significantly cheaper. David Montgomery of the Bears. And it looks like we're going to have an auto right out of the gate. We have a DK Metcalf Stars of the Seattle Seahawks. Then we have Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills and Joe Mixon of the Bengals. And here we go. It is. Oh, it's not. It is not an auto. It tricked me. Jalen Darden out of $3.99. Yeah, I mean that 85 is at 32% off of that. It actually ends up being, I mean, less than $60, I believe. Chase Claypool of the Steelers. Tyreek Hill out of 199 of the Kansas City Chiefs going to SkySen. Then we have a gold team, Carolina Panthers, gold team of SkySen right there. Followed up by Delvin Cook of the Vikings and DJ Chark of the Jaguars. Yeah, yep, Chris, that is correct. Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers. Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers, followed by a graffiti Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert of the Chargers, followed by DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals and Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. And here we go. It is going to be a Tylan Wallace rookie patch auto out of 99 of the Baltimore Ravens with that nice 3-color freshman fabric. Alrighty, we will get that posted. Just as soon as this, we will take care of it. Derrick Henry of the Titans. Derrick Henry of the Titans, followed up by a dark horse, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to SkySen. Then we have a Tua of the Miami Dolphins, followed by Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. And here we go. It's going to be the out of 249 new generation Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants. And that was going to be heading to Jesse. And we have Aaron Donald of the Rams. Then we have Racey McMath out of 149 of the Tennessee Titans going to David. The Saquon Barkley seal of approval of the New York Giants, followed up by Nick Chubb of the Browns and Matt Ryan of the Falcons. Dak Prescott of the Cowboys to get things going right here. And then we're going to have the Stars, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers going to Trent, followed up by A.J. Brown of the Titans and Jalen Hurts of the Eagles. This is 1389, Sky. And here we go, folks. It is going to be Zach Wilson out of 299 of the New York Jets, and that is heading to Mr. CEO. Julio Jones of the Falcons, James Robinson of the Jags, a seal of approval, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to SkySen. Then we have Joe Burrow of the Bengals and Kirk Cousins of the Vikings. And I want to take a second to welcome SkySen, Andrew, Trent, David, and Ari to BreakTraders. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals. We have a little Taysom Hill out of 299 of the New Orleans Saints going to Trent, followed up by a gold team, Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals. Gold team Arizona Cardinals going to SkySen. Then we have Jonathan Taylor of the Colts and Devin White of the Buccaneers. Keenan Allen of the Chargers. Keenan Allen of the Chargers, followed up by a graffiti Chase Young of the Washington Football Team headed to Zerk. Then we have Derek Carr of the Raiders and Devontae Parker of the Miami Dolphins. And here we go. It is going to be a new generation Elijah Moore patch of the New York Jets headed to Mr. CEO. Miles Gaskin of the Dolphins. And here we go. It's going to be a certified potential out of 30. That's McCole Hardman Jr. of the Kansas City Chiefs. And that is going to Skyson. Then we have the Stars, DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals going to Skyson as well, followed by Antonio Gibson and Baker Mayfield to round things out. And here we go. We have Racey McMath out of 149 of the Tennessee Titans going to David. Tyreek Hill out of 199 of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Skyson. And then a Jalen Dart and RC out of 399 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Skyson. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Zach Wilson base and the McCole Hardman auto. Zach Wilson out of 299 to Mr. CEO. McCole Hardman of the Kansas City Chiefs headed to Skyson. And then we've got quite a few rookies here. Rookie patches. We have the Kadarius Toney and Elijah Moore new generation. And then the Tylan Wallace freshman fabric rookie patch auto. Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens to Skyson, Kadarius Toney of the Giants to Jesse, and Elijah Moore of the New York Jets to Mr. CEO. And with that, we are done with break 1389. We will be right back in 3 minutes with break 1390, and the serial filler will be posted. Alrighty, we are back. I apologize you hanging with us there. The serial filler is posted. It is also in the YouTube chat. Use promo code SAUTE32 for 32% off that one. Break 1389 just finished, so you can scroll back for that one. This is 1390. And before we get into this, we do have one team to auction off here. One team to auction off, and that is going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars. We will start the bidding for the Jaguars at $50. And we really haven't had any Trevor Lawrence, so we are due. And it'll be in increments of $5. Curtis with 50. $60 from Mr. CEO. $60 from Mr. CEO. Do we have 65? Serial filler with 5 spots left. All right, we're going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids will restart a 15-second timer. Four spots left in the serial filler. And there we have it. Mr. CEO gets the Jags for $60. What a steal. Alrighty, John, you ready to do our next keyword giveaway?
Sure. Good to go.
Well, alrighty. Here we go, folks. Our next keyword giveaway is suit. No. Oh, Curtis with How I Met Your Mother. Curtis with How I Met Your Mother is correct.
Whoa, really?
And here we go. Curtis getting the Upper Dock Hockey Extended Series. William Carrier, followed by Braden Corburn, Josh Anderson, Andrew Shaw, Bowen Byram, followed by Mitch Marnier, Devin Dubiank, and Ryan McDonough. Congratulations, Curtis. Alrighty. And we are ready to rock and roll. This is break 1390. John, can we get those teams posted? And we will fire away.
Yes, we can.
Barney is all about his spots, his suit. 3 spots left in that serial filler. Also, 2 spots left in the Donruss Football Hobby Hybrid. Would love to see and break that as a new product this evening. I'm excited. I think this is the first serial filler I'll have done as a breaker. And we're diving in with a Javian Hawkins rated rookie of the Atlanta Falcons, headed to Cynthia, followed by Tyson Campbell of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Kenneth Gainwell Elite Series rookies of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Jordan, followed by a Retro Series Jerome Bettis. Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers, Kenyon Drake of the Raiders, Bud Dupree of the Titans, Romeo Okwara of the Lions. Following that up with Shaquille Griff of the Jaguars. Then we're going to have a little Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders. And then a Zach Wilson base rated rookie of the New York Jets going to Tim. And then we have the red press-proof Penei Sewell of the Detroit Lions going to Eric, followed up by an Action All-Pros TJ Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Zerk, and a 2001 throwback Adrian Peterson of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Getting started with Tyler Lockett of these veterans. 1 spot left in that Prism serial fill. Zadar Smith of the Packers. Travis Kelce of the Chiefs. And we have Kelvin Joseph. Of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Cisco. Kelvin Joseph of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Cisco. A portrait, Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings. Heading to Haley, followed by a Legend Series, Lawrence Taylor of the New York Giants. And then we have an inducted, Charles Woodson of the Green Bay Packers. And folks, it's our first one of these in the new Donruss product of this year. And it is a Downtown! Mr. Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants going to Cynthia. What a day. Happy birthday, Cynthia. Nice hit. Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, Tua of the Miami Dolphins. Then we're going to have a Zaven Collins rated rookie of the Arizona Cardinals, followed by a gold press-proof die cut out of 25. Josh Palmer of the Chargers going to Lucas. And then we have the rookies, and that's going to be Mr. Zach Wilson of the Jacksonville, or of the New York Jets, and that is headed to Tim. Pulled a lot of Zach Wilsons today. Then we have a 2001 throwback Ozzie Newsome of the Cleveland Browns. One spot left in that Prism serial filler. Nick Chubb of the Browns, Charles Woodson of the Raiders right there, and down below the Rams, Budda Baker of the Cardinals. Then we have DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, followed by Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley, followed by Tom Brady's 325th career touchdown pass. Then we're going to have a little Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Gridiron Kings right there, headed to Dave, followed by Bill Romanowski with that Elite Series, and a Bo Jackson Retro Series. Khalil Mack of the Bears, Marcus Peters of the Ravens, DeForest Buckner of the Colts, Chase Young of the Washington football team. And we're going to have a little Julio Jones and Jalen Smith, followed up by a Javon Holland, rated a rookie of the Miami Dolphins, going to Cynthia. And then we have the Christian McCaffrey, red press proof of the Carolina Panthers, headed to Andrew. And then a Dominators Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, going to Haley. And a 2001 throwback Luke Kuechly of the Carolina Panthers, headed to Andrew. Getting started with Stefan Diggs right here. In the meantime, welcome Dave, Andrew, Cisco, and Ryan and Craig to BreakTraders. Thank you for joining us for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. We have Christian Barmore, rated rookie of the New England Patriots, to Craig, followed by a portrait, Elijah Moore of the New York Jets, and that's going to Tim, followed up by a Peyton Manning Elite Legends series of the Indianapolis Colts right there. And then we have a Aaron Rodgers road to the Super Bowl of the Green Bay Packers. And here we go. It is a Jersey Kings Robert Quinn out of 349 of the Chicago Bears. Julian Edelman to get things started right there. Juju Smith-Schuster, Steelers, Khalil Mack of the Bears. Then we have Luke Farrell of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Mr. CEO, followed up by an Adam Thielen silver press proof die cut, 9 out of 75. And then we're going to have a Dominators Nick Chubb and a 2001 throwback Steve Largent of the Seattle Seahawks. Let's fill that cereal filler and let's fill that Donruss Hobby Hybrid. Little Kirk Cousins of the Vikings to kick things off right there. Then we're going to have Joe Namath of the Jets, Von Miller of the Broncos, a Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Andrew, followed by a Gridiron Kings all-time out of 100. That's Mr. Ray Lewis of the Ravens, followed up by an Elite Series, Michael Thomas of the New Orleans Saints, and then the champ is here, Antoine Winfield of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Josh Jacobs of the Raiders are right there to get things started. Corey Davis of the Jets, Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys. And we have a Pete Warner, rated rookie of the New Orleans Saints, going to Cynthia. Jarvis Landry of the Cleveland Browns with that red press proof right there. Then we have the rookies, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Dave, followed by a 2001 throwback, Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers. Well, Von Miller right there of the Broncos. Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs, Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts right there. And then we're going to have a Trey Sermon rated rookie. Trey Sermon rated a rookie of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Jordan. A Gridiron Kings Joe Montana of the 49ers as well. Then we have a power formula, Saquon Barkley of the Giants, and a highlights, Aaron Donald of the Los Angeles Rams. And here we go, folks. It is going to be a Trey Lance out of 49 with the Gridiron Kings auto, and that is going to Jordan. And that is definitely magtastic and certainly getting a sizzle sticker. Mac Jones and Trevor Lawrence have been fully missing tonight. Tariq Cohen of the Bears to kick things off. Then we have Justin Herbert of the Chargers, followed up by Tom Brady of the Patriots, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals. Then we have a Jalen Phillips rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins headed to Cynthia, followed up by Greg Newsome out of 500 of the Cleveland Browns. And that is going to Robbie. A Dominators, Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills, and a 2001 throwback, Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens. And that serial is filled, and we will get that on the schedule. Little Saquon Barkley of the Giants to kick things off with our veterans right here. And then we're going to have a Jamin Davis rated rookie. Jamin Davis of the Washington football team to Candy. A Noah Gray rated rookie out of 83 of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Richard. Then we have the Power Formulas Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by a Highlights Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. Gonna get some Prism football tonight. Exciting stuff right there. Well, Cam Newton, Antoine Winfield of the Bucks, Peyton Manning of the Colts to kick things off. Then we have that little Josh Allen, followed by Alejandro Villanueva, a Kylan Hill rated rookie of the Green Bay Packers going to David. And then we have Chase Claypool. Chase Claypool, red press proof of the Steelers, followed by a Dominators Cam Newton of the New England Patriots. And then we have Mr. Mark Brunell of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Haley, it's only going to be like 1 o'clock, so it won't be that late. Delvin Cook right there. And then we're going to have a little Chicago Bear. That is Mr. Justin Fields, and that is going to Haley with that base RC. And then let's keep the boom booms rolling, the good times rolling, because we have a Trevor Lawrence portrait of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO. Then we have the Elite Series, Danny Jones of the New York Giants, followed up by a Retro Series, Ray Lewis. Brett, Haley has 2 spots in the filler, not to mention, I'm sure she's got the Washington football team in that as well. Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill, followed up by a Frank Darby RC of the Atlanta Falcons heading to Cynthia. And then we have a no-namer Denver Bronco, and that's going to be Mr. Jerry Jeudy right there, followed by an Action All-Pro Stephon Diggs of the Bills, and a 2001 throwback Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints. You definitely have 2 fillers. I know that for sure. Bradley Chubb of the Broncos right there to get things going. Little Joey Montana, Emmitt Smith, an Ian Book rated rookie, followed by a Josh Jacobs, Gridiron King of the Raiders. And then we're going to have an Elite Series rookies, Travis Etienne, a junior of the Jacksonville Jaguars, right there to Mr. CEO, followed by a Retro Series, Brett Favre of the Green Bay Packers. David Montgomery of the Chicago Bears, followed by Daniel Jones of the Giants, Julio Jones of the Falcons, Phil Rivers of the Chargers. Then we're going to have a CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, TJ Watt of the Steelers, a Simi Fioku rated rookie of the Cowboys headed to Cisco, followed by a red press proof Chad Johnson of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Robbie. Then we have the rookies, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Robbie as well, followed by a 2001 throwback Phil Rivers of the Los Angeles Chargers headed to Lucas. Alrighty. Let's run these down. We have the rookies, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Simi Fioku of the Cowboys, and Elite Series rookies, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Ian Book of the Saints, followed by Frank Darby of the Falcons. Kylan Hill of the Packers, and Noah Gray out of 83 of the Chiefs. Jamin Davis of the Washington Football Team. Greg Newsome of the Browns. Jalen Phillips of the Dolphins. Trey Sermon of the 49ers. The rookies, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Pete Werner of the Saints. Rashad Bateman of the Ravens. Luke Farrell of the Jags. Elijah Moore of the Jets. Christian Barmore of the Patriots, followed by Javon Holland of the Dolphins. Then we have the Gridiron Kings, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings, Zaven Collins of the Cardinals, Amir Smith-Marset of the Vikings, Calvin Joseph of the Cowboys, Penei Sewell, red press proof for the Detroit Lions, Kenneth Gainwell, Elite Series rookies of the Philadelphia Eagles, Tyson Campbell of the Jaguars, and then we have Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have the Jersey Kings, Robert Quinn of the Bears to Haley, and the gold press proof die cut out of 25, Josh Palmer of the Chargers going to Lucas. And here we go. We have our rookie QB rundown. We have Justin Fields of the Bears, Zach Wilson of the Jets, the rookies, Zach Wilson of the Jets, and the portrait, Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And now on to our two mags. Woo-wee! We have the downtown Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants headed to Cynthia, and the Trey Lance out of 49 Gridiron Kings auto, and that is going to Jordan. And with that, we are done with break 1390. We will be right back from the hardwood with some Revolution basketball. We're here for some Revolution basketball. We have one team that wasn't paid, so we're going to give it away. Type suit in the chat. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Michael Terrell.
Michael Terrell is going to be the Memphis Grizzlies. And Michael, if you can let us know what break you've been in, if you have been in one, and if not, follow the instructions in the chat. Here we go. This is break 1391, the Revolution Basketball one box. Pick your team. Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, Brook Lopez of the Bucks, a Groove Theo Maledon RC of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Orion. And then we have the Vortex, Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets going to Chris. Perfect. Thanks, Milik. John, you see that? We have Kevin Durant of the Nets, Yusuf Nurk of the Trailblazers, Lou Williams of the Clippers, an Astro, Jashawn Tate of the Houston Rockets RC going to Kamel. Following that up with a Jaden McDaniels base RC of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Kiani. Marvin Bagley of the Kings, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, followed by a DeAndre Ayton Astro of the Phoenix Suns going to Kevin. And then we have the Shockwave Revolution, Anthony Davis of the Los Angeles Lakers, headed to David. I'd love to see that tiered random, Phil. Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, Chris Paul of the Suns, Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies, and then we're going to have a Sunburst, Alfred Payton of the New York Knicks. That's going to be out of 75 going to Danilo. And that is going to be 51 out of 75, followed up by a Nick Richards of the Charlotte Hornets going to Dan. Bradley Beal of the Wizards, DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, Drew Holiday of the Bucks, a Cassius Stanley Fractal of the Pacers, and that is going to be going to Chris. Following that up with a Vortex, Chris Paul of the Phoenix Suns, heading to Kevin. Giannis of the Bucks, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers. We have a James Harden Shockwave Revolution of the Rockets, followed by Mr. Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, and that's going to Kamel. Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs, followed by Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, a Groove Kemba Walker of the Boston Celtics going to Jay. And then we have a Rookie Revolution, Patrick O'Williams of the Chicago Bulls going to Craig. Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Warriors, Chris Middleton of the Bucks, Andre Drummond of the Cavs. We have a Groove Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, followed by a Killian Hayes RC of the Detroit Pistons, and that is going to be going to Craig. And before we run these down, I just want to welcome Kiani, Mark, Kevin, and Alan to joining, and thank you for joining us in this break. Always great to see new members of the BT community. Now let's run down these parallels. We have the DeAndre Ayton Astro of the Suns, the Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, and Kemba Walker of the Celtics, a Groove, followed by a Fractal Cassius. Oops, that's going to be over here. And then an Alfred Payton Sunburst out of 75 of the New York Knicks. And then our veteran inserts, we have James Harden of the Rockets, a Vortex Chris Paul of the Phoenix Suns, Anthony Davis of the Lakers, and a Vortex Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets. And now our regular rookie rundown, we have Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, Nick Richards of the Hornets, and Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And then we have the rookie revolution, Patrick Williams of the Bulls, the Astro Deshaun Chait of the Houston Rockets, the Groove Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Fractal Cassius Stanley of the Indiana Pacers. And with that, we are done with break 1391. And we're going to move into fast break, and we've got quite a few. We've got 3 teams to auction off. We're going to start with the big one. That's going to be the Los Angeles Lakers. We're going to start the bidding for the Lakers at $25 in increments of $5 for this 2021 Prism Fast Break. $35 from Brett Diddley, Brett. $40 from Ryan. Do we have 45 for the Los Angeles Lakers? All right, 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids will restart a 15-second timer. Increments of 5, Jack, so 42 does not count. $45 from Jack, which means we'll have a 15-second countdown. $15 seconds. Any bids in this will start another 15-second countdown. Alrighty. You know what to do, Jack. The link is in the chat. And the next 2 teams will be a duel. It's going to be the Celtics and the Rockets. Bidding will start for them at $5 in increments of $1. $15 right there. And we are going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the timer. And Orion taking it for $15. Alrighty, and while we wait to receive that payment from Ryan, we will do our next keyword giveaway, and this is a new show. Alrighty, folks. John, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, police. No correct guesses yet. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1392, the Prism Fast Break 1 box. Pick your team. We'll get those teams loaded as I get this box open. And Orion, if you can let us know what break you've been in with us and what team you were so we can make sure to get these cards shipped out correctly. That would be wonderful. Tristan Thompson, followed by an Oniko Okongwu RC of the Atlanta Hawks, headed to Craig. And then we have the Kevin Love out of 125. Kevin Love out of 125 of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Trevor. Followed up by Dwayne Wade of the Miami Heat. Dwayne Wade of the Miami Heat. And then we have DeJounte Murray of the San Antonio Spurs. Alrighty. We have Reggie Bullock of the Knicks. Kevin Porter of the Cavaliers. We have a Therese Maxey RC of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Craig, followed by a Stephon Marbury Fearless of the Phoenix Suns going to Jay, and then James Harden of the Rockets. Perfect. Thank you, Ryan. John, you see that? Bulls. Yeah. 1386. Zach Collins of the Trailblazers, Devin Booker of the Suns. We're going to have a purple Larry Nance Jr., and that's going to be out of 75 of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Trevor, and that is going to be number 8 out of 75, followed by Cam Reddish of the Hawks and Juan Hernangomez of the Timberwolves. Sounds good, Ryan. Trae Young of the Hawks and Elijah Hughes RC of the Utah Jazz headed to Charles. Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies. A Disco CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers. And that is headed to Alan, followed by Torian Prince of the Brooklyn Nets. And I just want to take a second to thank Alan, Lay51E, Alan, Walter, Ian, James, and William for joining us for the first time tonight. Welcome to the BT community. Hope you're having fun. Hope you love our breaks, and use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Josh Hart of the Pelicans, Will Barton of the Nuggets, Buddy Hield of the Sacramento Kings, a disco downtown Paul George of the Clippers, followed up by a Nerlens Noel of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Daniel House of the Rockets and RJ Hampton, RC of the Denver Nuggets. And then we're going to have a red out of 125, George Hill of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Allen, and that's going to be 94, followed by Anthony Davis of the Lakers and Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves. We have Ish Smith of the Wizards, Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, a disco Allen Iverson of the 76ers, followed by Ben Simmons of the 76ers. Harrison Barnes of the Kings, Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs, a Oniko Kongwu RC of the Atlanta Hawks going to Craig, followed up by a widescreen disco Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, and then Austin Rivers of the Houston Rockets. We have Thomas Bryant of the Wizards, followed by a Sadiq Bey RC of the Detroit Pistons. We're going to have the blue out of 175, DeAndre Jordan of the Brooklyn Nets going to Craig, and that's going to be 23 out of 175. Kyrie Irving of the Nets and Ivica Zubac of the Los Angeles Clippers. Terrence Ross of the Magic, RJ Barrett of the Knicks. We have the Isaac Okoro RC of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Trevor, followed up by a disco Dennis Schroeder of the Oklahoma City Thunder headed to Mark. And then we have Carmelo Anthony of the Portland Trailblazers. Gordon Hayward of the Celtics, a Sadiq Bey RC of the Detroit Pistons going to Craig, followed by RJ Barrett of the Knicks, a disco Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to Mark, followed by Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks to wrap up that pack. We have DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns, Dorian Finney-Smith of the Mavs, a Isaac Okoro RC of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Trevor, followed by a disco Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors going to TK. And then we have Mr. Steven Adams of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Trey Jones of the Grizzlies, followed by Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers going to Craig. Then we have a silver Jeremy Lamb of the Indiana Pacers, and that is going to be silver Indiana Pacers. Wesley Matthews of the Bucks and Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies. Malcolm Brogdon of the Pacers, Devin Booker of the Suns, and Elijah Hughes, RC of the Utah Jazz going to Charles, followed by a disco Miles Turner of the Indiana Pacers. Disco Miles Turner of the Indiana Pacers, followed up by Thomas Satoransky of the Bulls. Robert Williams III of the Celtics, Frank Kaminsky of the Phoenix Suns right there. And it looks like we're going to have our auto. We have the fearless Allen Iverson of the 76ers, and then Patrick Beverley of the Clippers to wrap up that pack. And here it goes. It is going to be a Udoka Azubuike fast break RC of the Utah Jazz headed to Charles. And we got 3 packs left right here. Chris Paul of the Thunder, a little Cassius Stanley RC of the Indiana Pacers going to Christopher. Then we're going to have the blue out of 175, Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, and that's going to be 83 out of 175. Dennis Rodman of the Bulls and Jamal Murray of the Nuggets. And here we go. We got 2 packs left. Still looking for that variation. Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs, Joe Ingles of the Jazz, Luke Kennard of the Pistons, a disco Jeff Teague of the Atlanta Hawks, and then Duncan Robinson of the Miami Heat. Drew Holiday of the Pelicans, Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, a fireworks Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz, followed up by Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat. And maybe I just missed the disco variation. 1 second here, folks. It's definitely not in there. Very strange. All right, let's run down these parallels. The blue out of 175, Kyle Kuzma. The out of 175, DeAndre Jordan. The out of 125, George Hill. The purple out of 75, Larry Nance Jr. And the out of 125, Kevin Love. And now our rookie rundown. We have Cassius Stanley of the Pacers, Elijah Hughes of the Jazz, Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers, Isaac Okoro of the Cavs, Sadiq Bey of the Pistons, Isaac Okoro again of the Cavs, Sadiq Bey again, Onyeka Okongwu of the Hawks, RJ Hampton of the Nuggets, a disco CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers, Elijah Hughes of the Jazz, Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers, and Onyeka Okongwu of the Hawks. And now on to the featured cards. We have the Yodoko Azubuike Fast Break Auto. And with that, we are done with break 1392. We will be back in 5 minutes with break 1404 from BT Field. Alrighty, we are back with some Donruss football, and I know I'm excited because it is Adam's return to the Mac Jones chase. So before we get started, type police in the chat. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is A-Band 2942.
Steven getting really lucky with the giveaways this evening. And here we go. Steven getting a Sage football box. Congratulations, Steven. John, you'll just grab a box and we'll send that out so you get to break that on your own, Steven. You can do whatever you'd like with it. You could sell it. Yep, you could open it. Whatever you want to do. And here we go. This is break 1404. The 2021 Donruss football Pick Your Team. And it is Adam's return to the Mac Jones hunt. You know, folks, if we get that Donruss Hobby Hybrid Pick Your Division filled, we will still break it. The AFC North and AFC South are left. Brett must have been typing that just as right before Haley dove into the chat. We're going to have a little Eric Stokes, a rated rookie of the Green Bay Packers. And right there, followed up by a Cole Beasley out of 500 of the Buffalo Bills. Eric Stokes of the Packers going to Cynthia. And then we have an Action All-Pros Tyreek Hill and a 2001 throwback Mike Allstott of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Getting started to rock and roll with Dak Prescott, Chase Young. We're going to have a Michael Carter of the New York Jets. And then we're going to have a Delvin Cook Jersey Kings out of 1/349 of the Minnesota Vikings. And that is going to be going to Haley, followed by Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings to Haley, Gridiron Kings, and then an Elite Series rookie, Justin Fields, and of the Chicago Bears, and that is also going to Haley. The Prism filler is full. And then we have the Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers going to Cynthia. Yeah, we won't be doing any fillers for the Hobby Hybrid because those spots are pretty cheap. Akeem Hicks of the Bears, Leonard Williams of the Giants, Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, Randall Cobb getting those veterans out of the way, followed by Ben Skronewerk of the Los Angeles Rams. Then we're going to have a red press-proof Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts, followed by the rookies, Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Michael. And then we have a 2001 throwback, Larry Fitzgerald of the Arizona Cardinals. That'd be so hard to figure out the 50-50 of the serial spots. So we're not gonna be able to do that because you guys would all have to agree like how do you decide who gets what card and all that. So Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns going to Chris, followed up by a silver press proof out of 100 Justin Herbert of the Chargers, followed by a Brian Urlacher of the Chicago Bears, and then the champ is here, Antoine Winfield Jr. of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Justin Tucker right there to get things kicked off. A little Saquon, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Then we're going to have a Caleb Farley rated rookie of the Tennessee Titans headed to Cynthia. We have Noah Gray out of 500 of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Daniel. A Dominators, Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys. And a 2001 throwback of Mr. Andre Johnson of the Houston Texans. Sean Alexander of the Seahawks right there. Brett Favre of the Packers. Tom Brady of the Buccaneers. And then we have a Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions. And then it's going to be a inducted John Lynch out of 49 auto. And that is of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Mr. CEO. Followed by a Portraits Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed up by a Josh Jacobs Elite Series and a Highlights Aaron Donald of the Los Angeles Rams. Jonathan Abram of the Raiders to kick things off right there. Then we're going to have Mr. Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team headed to Mr. CEO, followed by Daniel Jones with that red press proof of the New York Giants. Then we have Mr. Chase Young, Dominators of the Washington Football Team, and Joe Namath with that 2001 throwback of the New York Jets. Jarvis Landry of the Browns to kick things off right there. Then we're going to have a Kellen Mond rated rookie of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley, followed up by a Ryan Fitzpatrick silver press proof out of 75 of the Washington Football Team. Then we have Jerome Bettis with that Legends Series and a Highlights Jerome Bettis of the Los Angeles Rams. Didn't even know he played for them. And then a Highlights Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. I never realized Roquan Smith to get things started. We have Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals. Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals RC going to Mr. CEO, followed by the Gridiron Kings, Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears headed to Haley. And then we have a Des Fitzpatrick, the rookies of the Tennessee Titans, going to Cynthia, followed up by a 2001 throwback of Steve Young of the San Francisco 49ers. Prestige worldwide, wide is what I think of when I hear the Prestige right there. We have Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams to Cynthia, followed by a little no-namer Jordan Poyer of the Buffalo Bills headed to Cynthia. Then we have an Elite Series Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by a retro series, Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens. A Hollywood Brown of the Ravens. Followed up by J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers going to Chris. And then we have the red press proof Sam Ellinger of the Indianapolis Colts to Haley. Followed up by the Dominators, DK Metcalf of the Seahawks. And a 2001 throwback Javon Curse of the Tennessee Titans. Mike Evans getting things started right there. Followed up by a Ramondre Stevenson rated rookie of the New England Patriots going to Adam. Then we have a Portraits Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions going to Chilton. And then we have a Jonathan Taylor Power Formulas of the Colts and a retro series Brett Favre of the Green Bay Packers. Chris Godwin getting things started right there. Followed up by a Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Chris. And then we have the out of 500 Brevin Jordan RC of the Houston Texans to Cynthia. A Dominators Aaron Donald of the Los Angeles Rams, followed by a 2001 throwback Barry Sanders. Little Chris Carson of the Seahawks to get these veterans started. We have that Cooper Kupp right there. A little Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to Cynthia. Then we have Mr. Aaron Donald of the Rams. That's going to be an aqueous test right there. Following that up with a Power Formulas DK Metcalf of the Seahawks and an inducted John Lynch of the Broncos. 4 packs left in this one. We have that Tommy Tremblay rated rookie of the Carolina Panthers to go to Chris, followed by a red press proof Jalen Ramsey of the Rams, the Action All Pros Patty Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. And then we have a 2001 Donruss Marcus Allen of the Raiders. Yeah, and I'm happy. If anything else closes, we're happy to break it. We're not doing the close by midnight tonight. So there's a Donruss football pick your division, the Prism football tiered random, the select basketball. Would love to see that select basketball go. Well, Henry Ruggs, Joe Sherbert. Then we're going to have a Jeremiah Wasu-Kamara rated rookie of the Cleveland Browns going to Chris, followed by the Barry Sanders Gridiron Kings all times. Then we're going to have a little Vinny Testaverde. What a throwback there. A lead series of the New York Jets. And then a Baker Mayfield road to the playoffs of the Cleveland Browns. Nelson Aguilar to get things started. And then we have a Dez Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans, followed by a gold press proof Hunter Henry out of 50 of the New England Patriots. Then we're going to have a Jalen Darden, the rookies of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Mr. CEO, and a 2001 throwback Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings, and that's going to Haley. And we're on our last pack in this break. We have CJ Ham of the Vikings to get things started right there. We're going to have, oopsie daisy, Zadarius Smith of the Packers, a Christian Darrisaw RC of the Minnesota Vikings headed to Haley. Tom Brady's 466th career touchdown pass going to Adam. Then we have a little portraits, Josh Palmer, rated rookie of the Chargers, heading to Mr. CEO, followed by a Davis Mills Elite Series rookies of the Texans to Cynthia. And the champ is here, Tyler Johnson of the Buccaneers. I do. I would love to know that, but... All right, let's run down these rooks. We have Davis Mills Elite Series rookies, the portrait, Josh Palmer of the Chargers, Christian Darrisaw of the Vikings, the rookies, Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans, Jeremiah Watsakmore of the Browns, Tommy Tremblay of the Panthers, Greg Rousseau of the Bills, the purple out of 500, Brevin Jordan of the Texans, Chuba Hubbard of the Panthers, the portrait, Jamar Jefferson of the Lions, Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots, the red press-proof Sam Ellinger of the Colts, J.C. Horn of the Panthers, Tutu Atwell of the Rams, the rookies Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans, Chris Evans of the Bengals, Kellen Mond of the Vikings, Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, Jamar Jefferson of the Lions, Noah Gray out of 500 of the Chiefs, Caleb Farley of the Titans, Anthony Schwartz of the Browns, the rookies Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Ben Skronak of the Rams, Michael Carter of the Jets, and Eric Stokes of the Green Bay Packers. We have two Justin Fields, the Gridiron Kings, and the Elite Series rookies. Both of those going to Haley with the Bears. And then here are our hits. We have the Jersey Kings, Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings out of 349 going to Haley. And the John Lynch 35 out of 49 of the Buccaneers. And that is going to Mr. CEO. Alrighty, and with that, we are done with break 1404. We'll be right back from BT Park with HTA Choice one box card random. Alrighty, we are back. Here we go. This is break 1230, the 2021 Bowman Chrome HTA Choice one box card random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. 7 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty, we'll open this up and then we will randomize the cards. $13.28 did already broke. We did that a bit ago. No worries. If you missed it, I'll definitely get those individual videos posted as well, and that'll probably be right after this break, or they'll be posted by midday tomorrow. Alrighty, let's get started. We have the Aldo Ramirez auto right there to kick things off, of the Boston Red Sox. Next up, we are going to have a Seattle Mariner, and that is Tyler Keenan. Tyler Keenan of the Seattle Mariners. And last but not least, it is going to be out of 299, and it is another Seattle Mariner, and that is going to be Starlin Aguilera. Starlin Aguilar. And that is 138 out of 299 of the Seattle Mariners. Alrighty. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize these cards. 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. Alrighty, folks. Here we go. With number, Chris is getting both the Tyler Keenan and the Aldo Ramirez autos. Aldo Ramirez of the Boston Red Sox and Tyler Keenan of the Seattle Mariners are cards 1 and 2 going to Chris. And card 3 heading to Mr. CEO is going to be out of 299. That's Starlin Aguilar of the Seattle Mariners. Alrighty, and with that, we are done with break 1230, the 2021 Bowman Chrome HTA Choice 1-box card random. We will be right back from the hardwood with our first John Russ Optic basketball, and that's going to be the Pick Your Team plus random. Alrighty, folks. We're back with some John Russ Optic. Very excited for this. First, we have to randomize the 4 teams. First, we have to randomize the 4 teams. Here we go. Let's get started. John, can you mag that Starling Aguilar, please?
Okay.
Thanks. Here we go. Let's get started. This is break 1220, the 2021 John Russ Optic Pick Your Team plus random. We'll randomize the teams, and then we'll randomize the users and match it up. The teams are going to be randomized 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alrighty. Now we're going to have to see how many times we randomize the users here, and then we'll match them up. The top 4 users at the end of the randomization will be matched up with the Hornets. 1 will be the Hornets, 2 will be the Warriors, 3 will be the Timberwolves, and 4 will be the Kings. Yep. And that's going to be 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All righty, so we have our Bob with the Hornets. The Golden State Warriors is going to Steven. The Minnesota Timberwolves are going to Loria. And the Sacramento Kings are going to be going to Rob. All righty. Nice hit right there. Here we go. I'm very excited for this Donruss basketball, and right after this, we are going to be randomizing that Michael Jordan. Starting with a Luke Kennard of the Clippers, followed by De'Aaron Fox of the Sacramento Kings. Then we have Tobias Harris of the 76ers. And then we're going to have a reigning Seth Curry of the Philadelphia 76ers headed to Andrew. Otto Porter of the Bulls, Steven Adams of the Pelicans, a Jalen Smith rated rookie of the Phoenix Suns, and then we got the hollow Eric Bledsoe of the New Orleans Pelicans, that Jalen Smith of the Suns heading to Mr. CEO. Against Dort of the Thunder, we have Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat, Andre Drummond of the Cavs, and then we're going to have an auto 199, and that is a Xavier Tillman RC of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is going to Cynthia. A nice little rookie out of 199 headed to Cynthia. The card thing's way out of whack, but I just fixed it. We have Kevin Love of the Cavaliers, Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat, a CJ Ellaby rated rookie, and then we're going to have a lights out Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets. Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets, lights out, and that is going to Mr. CEO. DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, Duncan Robinson of the Heat. We have Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, and a silver, the hollow, the rookies, James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors, and that is going to Steven. We have Jackson Hayes of the Pelicans, Chris Middleton of the Bucks, a Killian Hayes rated rookie of the Detroit Pistons, and then a stargazing Kawhi Leonard of the Los Angeles Clippers heading to Cynthia. We have LeBron James of the Lakers, Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, a Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies, and then a hollow Goran Dragic of the Miami Heat. Goran Dragic of the Heat, Eric Bledsoe of the Pelicans, and Elijah Hughes rated rookie of the Utah Jazz. And then we're going to have the lime green out of 149, Mr. James Harden. James Harden of the Brooklyn Nets. Alrighty, Markelle Fultz of the Magic, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics. Followed up by an Elite Dominators, Anthony Davis of the Los Angeles Lakers going to T-Man. And here we go, folks. We are going to have a Zeke Naji, our rated rookie on-card auto of the Denver Nuggets going to Cynthia. It is Cynthia's night. She is on fire. Cynthia, if you feel that Donruss Optic or that Donruss Football Hobby Hybrid H2, who knows what you might get out of there with the heat that you've been pulling. Oleski Pukusevsky of the Oklahoma City Thunder rated rookie right there to Bob. And then we have the reigning J.J. Redick, reigning threes, J.J. Redick of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to Mr. CEO. J.J. with that retirement announcement just a bit ago. Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs, Tim Hardaway of the Mavs, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, and a lights out Damian Lillard of the Portland Trailblazers headed to Steven. Really, those lights out are really pretty cards. Big fan of those. Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, Mikal Bridges of the Suns, Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz headed to Bob, followed by a hollow John Collins of the Atlanta Hawks. Devontae Graham of the Hornets, Victor Oladipo of the Rockets, Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, and then we're going to have the blue Chris Middleton, and that is going to be out of 59 of the Milwaukee Bucks, number 15 out of 59, and that is headed to Mr. CEO. Cynthia, your lottery ticket could just be the AFC South and that Donruss Hobby Hybrid. Karis Levitt of the Pacers, Norman Powell of the Raptors, a James Weissman RC of the Golden State Warriors going to Steven, followed by an All-Stars, Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics, and that is going to Jonathan. Six packs left in this break. I like these cards. They're just nice and clean looking. We have Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, Jonathan Isaac of the Magic, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, a hollow All-Stars, and that is Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks right there to Mr. CEO. TJ Warren of the Pacers, Mo Bamba of the Magic, a Grant Riller rated rookie of the Charlotte Hornets going to Rob, followed by a stargazing Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans heading to Mr. CEO. Miles Turners of the Pacers, Kemba Walker of the Celtics, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, a Peyton Pritchard rated rookie of the Boston Celtics headed to Jonathan. The hollow Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics, and we have 3 packs left. John Wall of the Rockets, followed up by Christian Wood of the Rockets, and Emmanuel Quickley RC. Emmanuel Quickley RC of the New York Knicks, And then we're going to have the Black Velocity Rajon Rondo of the Atlanta Hawks. And that's going to be out of 39 going to Frank. And that's 38 out of 39 heading to Frank right there. And we got 2 packs left. Wendell Carter Jr. of the Bulls, Serge Ibaka of the Clippers, Josh Okogie of the Timberwolves, and Elite Dominators, Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks, going to Steven right there to wrap up that pack. And now we're on to our last break in this number 1220. Klay Thompson of the Warriors, Danilo Gallinari of the Hawks. We have a Xavier Tillman rated rookie of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Cynthia, followed up by an Elite Dominators Anthony Davis. And that is out of 49. The Elite Dominators Anthony Davis out of 49 of the Los Angeles Lakers, and that's headed to T-Man. Alrighty, I'll run down these parallels. We have the Rajon Rondo Black Velocity out of 39 of the Hawks to Frank. The blue Chris Middleton out of 59 of the Milwaukee Bucks. And the lime green James Harden out of 149. And now on to our rookie rundown. Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies headed to Cynthia. Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks going to Mr. CEO. The hollow Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics to Jonathan. Grant Riller of the Charlotte Hornets right there going to Rob. James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors heading to Steven. Hideko Azubuike of the Utah Jazz going to Bob. Oleski Pukusevsky of the Thunder to Bob. Elijah Hughes of the Utah Jazz to Bob. Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons headed to Mr. CEO. The hollow, the rookies James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors to Steven. CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers heading to Andrew. And then Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns to Mr. CEO. And now on to our featured cards.
Those were some shiny cards.
They sure are shiny. We have the orange Xavier Tillman RC out of 199. The Elite Dominators out of 49. And then the Zeke Naji auto. Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets going to Cynthia. Anthony Davis, Elite Dominators of the Lakers going to T-Man. And then Xavier Tillman out of 199 of the Memphis Grizzlies heading to Cynthia. And with that, we are done with break 1220. We'll be right back from BT Park with some 2021 Absolute Baseball. We are back and ready to rock and roll with some baseball. Do we have to do our next keyword, correct? Or did we guess that show? We did not guess that show. Actually, you know what? I had said we were going to do the Jordan randomization. So type BreakTraders in the chat. Type BreakTraders in the chat, and we will randomize that and give the Jordan out. All one world, Michael. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is A-Band 2942.
Wow, Steven is just on fire.
How are you getting so lucky?
Steven just on fire getting the 1990 Michael Jeffrey Jordan Fleer PSA 8. Wowza. And here we go, folks. This is break number 1325. Right now, the second to last break of the evening, but we're happy to keep going if we get that. If we do get that Donruss Optic hobby, or that Donruss football hobby hybrid filled. But here we go. Here's 1325, the 3-team random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. And that's going to be 11 times. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10, and 11. Alrighty. I will get this open as that runs through. We have the Bo Bichette of the Toronto Blue Jays, Pete Alonso of the Yankees, Nolan Arenado of the Cardinals, Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs, Starling Marte of the Marlins. We have Gil Hodges out of 149 of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Mitch, followed by a statistically speaking, Washington Nationals, Max Scherzer, followed by an Ed Roosh out of 149 of the Cincinnati Reds, headed to Joseph. And on to our first one. This is going to be a Patches out of 99, Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds, going to Joseph. And then here we go. Last but not least in this pack is going to be a Jahmai Jones rookie signatures, and that is out of 60 of the Baltimore Orioles, going to Joseph. And here we go into our second box here. Ken Boyer of the Cardinals, followed by Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros, Jack Flaherty of the St. Louis Cardinals, Babe Ruth of the Yankees. Followed up by Aaron Judge out of 199 of the New York Yankees as well, going to Eric. Then we have the Icons, Ken Griffey Jr. of the Seattle Mariners, headed to Jay. And then we have a rookie class, Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants, going to Joseph. And then a Ronald Acuna Jr. out of 99 of the Atlanta Braves, headed to Joseph as well. And next up, we're going to have our tools of the trade, and that's Aaron Savale of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to Curtis. And here we go, last but not least, out of 99, it is going to be a Christian Pache rookies auto of the Atlanta Braves, and that is going to Joseph. Joseph, first time breaking with us, and he's had himself a night. We have the Ronald Acuna, when we're going to run these down, we have the Extreme Team, Ronald Acuna out of 99, the Rookie Class, Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants, the Icons, Ken Griffey Jr. of the Mariners, Aaron Judge out of 199 of the Yankees, Ed Roche out of 149 of the Reds, Max Scherzer of the Washington Nationals, and then Gil Hodges out of 149 of the Dodgers. All righty, let's run down these featured cards. We have the Tools of the Trade, Aaron Savali of the Cleveland Guardians, the Patches out of 99, Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds, the Christian Pache out of 99 auto, and then the out of 60, Jahmai Jones. Jahmai Jones of the Baltimore Orioles going to Joseph, Christian Pache of the Braves to Joseph, the Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds to Joseph, and Aaron Savali of the Cleveland Guardians going to Curtis. And with that, we are done with break 1325. We'll be back in 3 minutes with the Prism Football one box pick your team plus cereal filler. We are back and ready to rock. I have not seen that, Cynthia. That is wild stuff. All right, but before we get into this Prism football, which I'm fired up about, let's do our next keyword giveaway. Sorry, I kind of did it without even giving you a heads up there, John, but our next keyword giveaway is going to be Chief. And folks, you're definitely going to want to stick around after this break because we will be randomizing the Khalil Mack signed football. I barely made it to the prison break as well. No correct guesses there, which means it is time for the moment we've all been waiting for. This is break 1402, the 2020 Prism football, and it's pick your team plus cereal filler. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize these cereals. 7 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there we have it. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't really have a choice, Haley. That is a good point. 12 cards per pack, 12 packs per box. Haley's getting the filler 0, CEO with 1, T-Man with 2, Haley with 3, Jack with 4, Mitch with 5, Michael with 6, and Chris with 7, Brett with 8, and T-Man with 9. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6. Chad Johnson of the Bengals, Ryan Fitzpatrick of the Dolphins, Ryan Fitzpatrick of the Dolphins, and that is going to be number 12 right there. So that is going to T-Man. Followed up by Harold Landry of the Titans, Michael Strahan of the Giants, Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs, Montez Sweat of the Washington football team, Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks, Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Adrian Amos of the Green Bay Packers, and holy heck, we're going to have our auto right off the bat. You have 8. Because we start with 0, so Haley has the number 1 on the randomization, 0 of the thing. Adrian Amos of the Green Bay Packers, and then we're going to have a Jalen Rager RC of the Philadelphia Eagles. And that is going to Brett Diddley, Brett. Followed up by a Jeff Gladney RC of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley. And then here we go. It is going to be a Darrington Evans of the Tennessee Titans. Darrington Evans of the Tennessee Titans right there. And that is going to be a Red Rave out of 149, 38 out of 149. And that is going to Cynthia. It is really just Cynthia's night. We have Minkah Fitzpatrick of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that's 69, which means that's going to be going to T-Man, followed by Charles Woodson of the Oakland Raiders, Jim McMahon of the Bears, DeMarcus Lawrence of the Cowboys, Chandler Jones of the Arizona Cardinals, DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, Cam Jordan of the Saints, Alan Lazard of the Green Bay Packers, a hype Deshaun Watson of the Houston Texans to Spangs, and then we're going to have the orange and that's going to be out of 249. Marlon Mack of the Indianapolis Colts going to Mr. CEO, followed up by a LaMichael Perrine RC of the New York Jets going to Brendan. And then we have a KJ Hamler RC of the Denver Broncos, and that's number 315, which means it's going to be going to Mitch. Gardner Minshew of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that's going to be 92, so that is going to be heading to T-Man. Followed up by CJ Uzma of the Cincinnati Bengals, Cortland Sutton of the Broncos, Hunter of Cortland Sutton of the Broncos, and that's going to be number 111, so that is going to Mr. CEO. Hunter Renfrow of the Raiders, Khalil Mack of the Bears, Amari Cooper of the Dallas Cowboys, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Dante Culpepper of the Vikings, and then we're going to have the silver, Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills headed to Brendan, and then the blue cracked ice, Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints headed to Cynthia, and that is going to be out of 99. That's number 81 out of 99 right there. And then we have Sorry, that was my fault. Then we have a Henry Ruggs of the Las Vegas Raiders headed to Jacob, followed by Willie Gay Jr. of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that is going to T-Man. Josh Norman of the Buffalo Bills, followed by Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers, and that's going to be 66, which means that is heading to Michael. Followed up by Rashaan Evans of the Tennessee Titans, Delvin Tomlinson of the New York Giants, McCole Hardman of the Chiefs, George Kittle of the 49ers, Ian Thomas of the Carolina Panthers. Then we have Chris Carson of the Seattle Seahawks, followed by a brilliance, Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers going to Haley. And then we're going to have a purple KJ Hamler, and that is going to be out of 49, and it is going to be 7, or out of 125. Sorry, my mistake there. And that is going to be 7 out of 125, which means that is going to be going to Chris. Followed up by Thaddeus Moss of the Washington Football Team going to Haley, and then Quez Watkins of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Brett Diddley, Brett. Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, Laramie Tunsil of the Texans, Bryce Love of the Washington Football Team, followed by Keelan Doss of the Raiders, Eddie Jackson of the Bears, Blake Jarwin of the Cowboys, Chris Godwin of the Buccaneers, followed up by Preston Smith of the Green Bay Packers, DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers, and then we're going to have the Hyper, and that's going to be out of 175, and that's Mr. Thaddeus Moss of the Washington Football Team, and that is 30 out of 175, heading to Haley, followed up by Javon Kinlaw of the San Francisco 49ers going to Mitch, and Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team, and that is headed to Haley. Hollywood Brown of the Ravens, DJ Chark of the Jaguars, and that is going to be 95, so that means it's heading to Mitch. Followed up by Brian Dawkins of the Eagles, Terrell Williams of the Raiders, Larry Fitzgerald of the San Francisco 49ers, or Jerry Rice of the 49ers, Demario Davis of the Saints, Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers, DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals. Then we have a emergent Cam Akers of the Los Angeles Rams, and that is going to Cynthia. Followed by a Jonathan Ogden, and that is going to be the Blue Wave out of 199 of the Baltimore Ravens, and that's 103 out of 199 going to Haley. Followed by Raekwon Davis, RC of the Miami Dolphins, and that is going to be number 341, which means it's headed to Mr. CEO, followed by Justin Jefferson, RC, of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley. Ken Anderson of the Bengals, Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins, that's going to be number 13, which means it is going to Haley, followed by Frank Clark of the Kansas City Chiefs, Jonathan Allen of the Washington Football Team, Mike Williams of the Chargers, and that is going to be number 140, so that is going to Haley, followed up by Marvin Jones of the Detroit Lions, Aeneas Williams of the Cardinals. Then we have Todd Gurley of the Falcons, Nick Bosa of the 49ers, a lockdown, Brian Urlacher of the Chicago Bears, going to Brett Diddley, Brett. Followed up by a Nate Stanley, RC, of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley. And Brett, you asked for a rookie QB there he is. Just kidding, I know that's not the one we want. And then a Detroit Lion, Jacob Pino of the DeAndre Swift. We have Devin Bush II of the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed up by Willie McGinnis of the New England Patriots. Then we have Jalen Smith of the Dallas Cowboys, followed up by Drew Lock of the Denver Broncos, Zach Ertz of the Philadelphia Eagles, Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints, TJ Hawkinson of the Detroit Lions. And sorry, I have that. Got to go check that Drew Lock. Sorry about the Broncos there. Drew Lock, and that's going to be 113, and that is heading to Haley. TJ Hawkinson of the Detroit Lions, Zadarius Smith of the Green Bay Packers, Byron Murphy of the Cardinals, and then we're going to have the orange, Jason Huntley, and that is going to be out of 249 of the Detroit Lions, going to Jacob. Followed up by an Albert Okwebuna of the Denver Broncos, RC, and that is going to be 316, which means that's going to Michael. Then we have Brian Edwards of the Las Vegas Raiders, and that is going to be going to Jacob. Geno Atkins of the Bengals, followed by Tyrann Mathieu of the Chiefs, Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, Javon Curse of the Titans, Alshon Jeffrey of the Eagles, Calvin Ridley of the Falcons, Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, Brian Burns of the Panthers. We have the silver Chase Young, RC, of the Washington Football Team, going to Haley. Then we're going to have the green scope Trey White of the Buffalo Bills, headed to Brendan, and that is out of 75. Followed up by Julian Blackman of the Indianapolis Colts, headed to Mr. CEO, and Zach Bond of the New Orleans Saints, going to Cynthia. Going to Cynthia. Definitely a tad worried about Chase Young this weekend. We have Bruce Smith of the Buffalo Bills, James Conner of the Steelers. That's going to be number 67, heading to Chris. Chris Jones of the Kansas City Chiefs, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington Football Team, Keenan Allen of the Chargers, and that is going to be number 139, going to T-Man. Followed by KJ White of the Seahawks to Double M. Then we have Mr. Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed by Kenny Clark of the Green Bay Packers. And boom goes the dynamite. It is an emergent Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that is going to AJ. The Spangarang. And then we're going to have a red Matthew Stafford of the Detroit Lions going to a Jacob, and that is going to be out of 149, the red wave right there. Followed up by a Michael Warren the second of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Brett Diddley, Brett. And then we have Jermichael Hasty of the 49ers going to Mitch. Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Andre Johnson of the Texans, Kenny Galladay of the Detroit Lions, Lane Vander Esch of the Cowboys, Noah Fant of the Denver Broncos, and that's number 112, which means that's going to T-Man, Carson Wentz of the Philadelphia Eagles, Patrick Peterson of the Cardinals, followed up by Matt Ryan of the Atlanta Falcons, Marshawn Lattimore of the Saints, Darnell Savage of the Packers. And then we're going to have a Panini Rewards 600 points that we will be randomizing here at the end. Followed up by Julian Okwara of the Detroit Lions headed to Jacob. And then we have Mr. Donovan Peoples-Jones of the Cleveland Browns. Donovan Peoples-Jones of the Cleveland Browns. And that is going to be going to T-Man. And on to our last pack in this one. Mark Ingram of the Baltimore Ravens, Keenan Cole of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that's number 96, which means it's going to be going to Michael. Followed up by Roquan Smith of the Chicago Bears, Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, Kenyon Drake of the Cardinals, Julio Jones of the Falcons, Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, Kawan Short of the Panthers, a Fireworks Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. And then we're going to have the Blue Wave JaMychal Hasty out of 199 of the San Francisco 49ers going to Mitch right there. 155 out of 199. Then we have Jason Huntley of the Detroit Lions going to Jacob. And a Brandon Ayuk RC of the San Francisco 49ers going to Mitch. Alrighty. Well, first, we have to randomize these points. Sorry, folks, one moment. I have to take out all the serial filler spots. Not the people, but the actual where it says serial filler so that I can randomize it. One sec. Alrighty. Let's do this giveaway. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize these points. 6 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The points are going to Brendan. Points going to Brendan. Brendan had the Buffalo Bills in that break as one of his teams. Alrighty. Well, now let's do our rookie rundown. Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers. Jason Huntley of the Detroit Lions. Followed up by JaMychal Hasty of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to be out of 199. Donovan Peoples-Jones of the Cleveland Browns, Julian Okwara of the Detroit Lions, JaMychal Hasty of the 49ers, Michael Warren of the Eagles, Zach Brown of the New Orleans Saints, Julian Blackmon of the Colts, the Silver Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, Brian Edwards of the Las Vegas Raiders, Albert Aquibana of the Denver Broncos, and that's number 316. So that is going to be going to Michael. The orange, Jason Huntley out of 249 of the Detroit Lions, DeAndre Swift of the Lions, Nate Stanley of the Minnesota Vikings, followed by Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, Raekwon Davis of the Miami Dolphins, and that's going to be number 341, which means that is heading to Haley. Headed to Mr. CEO, followed by an emergent Cam Akers of the Los Angeles Rams, headed to Cynthia. Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team going to Haley. Javon Kinlaw of the San Francisco 49ers to Mitch. Hyper Thaddeus Young Moss out of 175 of the Washington Football Team going to Haley. Quez Watkins of the Philadelphia Eagles. Thaddeus Moss of the Washington Football Team, a purple. And that is going to be out of 125, number 7 out of 125, KJ Hamler going to Chris. Followed up by Willie Gay Jr. of the Chiefs, Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders, KJ Hamler of the Denver Broncos, and that's going to be 315, and that means it's going to Mitch. LaMichael Perrine of the New York Jets going to Brendan. Jeff Gladney of the Minnesota Vikings to Haley, and Jalen Rager of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Brett Diddley, Brett. And I just threw penny sleeves all over the room.
Great time to do it.
Yeah, thank God it is the end of the night. Apparently I'm a tad tired. Alrighty, and our 2 hits in this one. We have the Joe Burrow emergent of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that is heading to Spangler. And then Darrington Evans with that red wave out of 149 auto, and that is of the Tennessee Titans heading to Cynthia. Alrighty, folks, we will be right back with our mag rundown and our Khalil Mack football giveaway. Alrighty, folks, we are back. And here we go. We are going to run down the hits of the week. In addition, folks, start typing Chief in the chat. Start typing Chief in the chat, because when we get to the football hits, we will be giving away this Khalil Mack signed football. But before we get to that, we're going to start with some some of our baseball hits. We have the Estevan Florial of the New York Yankees, and that is a 4 out of 5 auto from Absolute Baseball. And then coming from the Bowman Chrome, we have the Alex Bam Ram, and that is the variation out of 50 of the Phillies. And on top of that, we have some more baseball hits from the Topps Bowman Chrome. The Starling Aguilar out of 299, the Christian Pache Bowman Ascensions case hit, and then the Spencer Torkelson with the big hitter. That's the case hit out of 100 auto and those all came out of Topps Chrome Baseball, or Topps Bowman Chrome Baseball. And now we are moving on to the hard to run down our hits from there. So from Revolution Basketball, we have the Galactic Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies. And then we have some hits from the Prism Fast Break, or from the Prism Fast Breaks back. First, we have the Disco Photo Variation Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings. The Austin Rivers out of 5. The 5 out of 5 Austin Rivers of the Rockets. And then he came in like a mellow ball. We have the Disco Photo Variation with that hollow disco right there. And then the base LaMelo as well. And now is the moment everyone has been waiting for, as we get to this football break. John, do a 5-second countdown, and we are going to give away the Khalil Mack signed football, and that will be shipped to you on Monday.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Mr. CEO.
Mr. CEO taking the Khalil Mack signed football. We will get that right out to you on Monday, Mr. CEO. Congratulations there, and now we'll run down the rest. We have Chronicles draft picks. We had the Jalen Hurts out of 35, the Tua Prism Black, and the Darnell Mooney out of 49 auto. Right there. Then from Certified Football, we have the Jason Witten 2 out of 5 mirror signatures. What a beautiful card that was. And then to wrap up our mags this week, we are going to have first 2 out of 500s. We have the Justin Fields out of 500 and the Zach Wilson out of 500 as well. And then to wrap up the mags of this week, we have the Downtown Saquon Barkley and the out of 49 Gridiron Kings Trey Lance auto. Both of those coming from Don Russ Football. And with that, we are done for the week. We are done with our 100th show. What an amazing time it's been spending it with all of you in the BT community. Thank you so much to John and Dan for being here and making this happen tonight. And most importantly, thank you to all of you out there for making 100 shows happen. I hope you have a great weekend. Happy breaking, and we will see you on Wednesday night at 7:30. Have a great night.